Chapter 1533. Because Noah was the only one in the bathhouse, he heard the footsteps as soon as Noah heard them. Suddenly, Noah opened his eyes and looked at the door in confusion. Someone's here. This wasn't something to be surprised about. The bathhouse was so big that it was impossible for only one person to use it. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that it was normal for someone to come. However, it was normal for someone of the same gender to come. Therefore, when the conversation came from outside, Noah, who clearly heard the conversation, was completely stunned. "You stupid rabbit. You actually took so long to find a piece of clothing. You made us wait for you for so long." This was the voice of a flying bird. "It's so cold, I'm almost frozen." This was Yao's voice. As a noble, if you can't even avoid such a low-level mistake, you will be ridiculed. This was Letitia's voice. "Undoubtedly. Let me come by myself." This was Pest's voice. "What are you talking about? There's no reason not to move together, right?" This was Ai Xia's voice. "So sorry. It's all Lord White Yiksha's fault. When we came, he messed up Black Rabbit's clothes. Black Rabbit can't help it." This was Black Rabbit's voice with a sobbing tone. Hearing the voices of these familiar girls, Noah's body stiffened, his eyes widened, and he was completely confused. Why? Why are they here? This was Noah's only question. Undoubtedly, the group of girls had set off more than half an hour ago, but waited until now to take action. From the conversation of the girls, it was easy to infer the reason. However, these were not important. What was important was that at this moment, Noah was undoubtedly facing a huge crisis. Although Noah came in first, if the girls found out that Noah was in the same bathhouse as them, then Noah would definitely be beaten to death. It sounded unreasonable, but sometimes it was a woman's privilege to be unreasonable. Noah had already experienced this in many similar experiences. While they haven't taken off their clothes, it's still not too late to go out now. This was a complete self-deception, because even though the group of girls had not yet taken off their clothes, Noah was already completely naked. If he rushed out like this, he would definitely be treated as a hooligan or even a pervert. At that time, he would still be beaten to death. Understanding his current situation, Noah really shuddered. "Hurry up and go in. After being wet for so long, I'm going to die from a cold." "Flying bird, I'm freezing to death." "No matter how cold it is, you can't rush it. That would be too inappropriate." "Letitia, can't you just change your clothes? Why was it so troublesome to take a bath? Isn't this too strange?" "Pest, no. Isn't it strange for you to think that way?" "Ai Xia, all right. Everyone, hurry up and enter." In order to apologize to everyone, I'll let Black Rabbit scrub everyone's backs. Black Rabbit. As they chatted like this, the footsteps of the group of girls could be heard again. Moreover, they were still approaching this side. At this time, Noah was completely out of options. Thus, without any hesitation, Noah dodged and hid behind a rock at the side. At this time, the door was pushed open. A group of girls chatted as they walked in the direction of the bathing pool. Then, one by one, they walked into the bathing pool, causing the sound of splashing water to be heard. To be fair, Noah was also a man with good physical and mental health. Although he was not a pervert, when faced with this kind of temptation, he could not help but glance in the direction of the group of girls. Then, a paradise appeared in front of Noah. A flying bird soaked in the water and softly moaned with a satisfied expression. "I'm finally alive. It's so warm." Yao's beautiful face was flushed. "It's so comfortable, so you guys have been secretly hiding such a good place." Ai Xia felt happy and envious at the same time. "You guys are truly too cunning." As for Black Rabbit and Letitia, they were soaking in the water with a comfortable expression. They were even stretching their bodies. Pest was the only one who seemed to be in a bad mood. She hugged her knees and curled up in a corner. "It's just getting wet. Can't you just change your clothes? Why do you have to take a bath?" Pest lived in the Middle Ages of the 1500s. At that time, bathrooms were still not common. The people's concept of cleanliness was also not very high. For Pest, who lived in such an era and wandered around the world as an undead for several hundred years after her death, taking a bath was undoubtedly a very troublesome matter. That was why this girl had a look of disdain on her face. No matter what, the white skin entered Noah's eyes one after another, causing Noah to feel somewhat excited. Although Yao, Pest, and AI, Xia possessed the body shapes of children, and their curves were not perfect, the immature feeling they gave off was still very alluring. Compared to the three of them, Feng Yao's figure was undoubtedly much better. Even though she was only 15 years old, her curves were already very obvious. Although her upper body was not very prominent, it was still very well proportioned. Seeing that, one's blood began to speed up. Black Rabbit and Letitia, on the other hand, completely displayed their destructive power. At this moment, due to the fact that Letitia had removed the ribbon on her head, her figure had turned into that of a mature woman. Her figure was simply off the charts. Black Rabbit's figure was also very good. Her curves were very prominent, causing one to be unable to shift one's gaze away from her. Seeing those two beautiful bodies, especially those plump upper bodies, Noah was truly unable to shift his gaze away. Fortunately, Noah possessed pretty good self-control. In the end, he did not shamelessly continue to look at them. However, Noah had already seen the bodies of the group of young girls. They were firmly imprinted in his mind. Instead, he felt as if he was unable to get rid of them and had a deeper impression of them. Unfortunately, if this continues, I'll definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Noah screamed miserably in his heart. I must quickly get out of this dangerous place. With that in mind, Noah made up his mind. He took a deep breath and quietly dived into the water, swimming toward the shore. Due to the beautiful amber color of the water in the bathtub, he was completely unable to see what was happening underwater. Under such circumstances, Noah avoided those places based on the location of the group of young girls he had just determined and swam toward the most inconspicuous corner. However, not long after he swam, Noah suddenly bumped into a soft area. That soft feeling caused Noah's heart to involuntarily sway. Amen. A puzzled voice sounded from the surface of the water. Noah's head subconsciously popped out of the water. In the next second, two pairs of eyes met. The person who entered Noah's field of vision was an unexpected yet expected person. Unexpected because the other party had not made a sound, so Noah did not know that the other party had also come here. Expected because, thinking about it carefully, this person should be here as well. After all, she was also completely drenched. Surprisingly, it was Vera. The young girl was blinking her eyes and looking at the stunned Noah. Her pretty face began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Noah's face was stiff, but his line of sight could not help but move down. The full upper body that was beyond imagination was immediately imprinted into Noah's field of vision. Looking at the scene that was enough to make any man lose his mind, Noah's face was stiff and his eyes were wide open. Vera did not know how to cover her most important part when Noah was staring at it, but her pair of eyes began to gather moisture. Seeing that the young lady was about to burst into tears and scream at any moment, Noah immediately felt that he was at the end of his rope. At this time, AI Xia's strange voice sounded. "Sister Vera, what's wrong with you?" AI Xia's voice attracted everyone's gaze to Vera's direction. It's over. This was Noah's only thought now. However, the next moment's development surprised Noah. He saw that Vera quivered, and the tears at the corner of her eyes instantly disappeared. She hugged Noah at an astonishing speed and turned around. Thus, Noah's figure was completely blocked by Vera. From the direction of the young girls, they could not see Noah at all. Chapter 1534. The young women present did not discover Noah's whereabouts in time. Merely, when they saw Vera suddenly turn around without any warning, the group of young women all became suspicious. "Miss Vera," Black Rabbit asked in a probing manner, "what's wrong with you? You couldn't possibly be planning to smash someone with a blunt object again, right?" Flying Bird's tone was filled with displeasure. "Let me make this clear first. If you do it again, I will definitely turn hostile this time." Yao did not say anything. Instead, he nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. "I don't know if you all will turn hostile or not," Pest said in a somewhat vile manner. "Merely, if you were to take off your clothes and enter the bath with a hammer, then even if you were to be smashed, you all should accept it. Don't say that. Aisha refuted. Even if it's big sister Vera, she wouldn't bring a blunt object into the bath, right? Aisha said those words in an extremely unconfident manner. This caused Flying Bird and Yao to cast disdainful gazes toward her. Say, since ancient times, there has never been anyone who would not put aside their differences and coexist peacefully in the same bath, right? Letitia opened her eyes and advised in a helpless manner. If we were to quarrel in this sort of place, we would appear to be too petty. It's better for us to take a comfortable bath first before we talk. Yes, Black Rabbit hurriedly echoed. What Lady Letitia said is correct. Everyone, the most important thing is to take a bath peacefully. Hearing those words, Flying Bird and Xia immediately shut their mouths and no longer said anything. Due to being forcibly dragged into the bath together, Pest seemed to be in a very bad mood. However, she did not say anything and shrunk into a corner with a displeased expression. With such a disturbance, everyone's attention was no longer on Vera. This caused Vera, who was so nervous that even her body had tensed up, to heave a huge sigh of relief. However, Vera had no idea that Noah was currently in a very difficult situation. It was as if he was in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. In order to block Noah's figure, Vera had been hugging Noah tightly. However, even though Vera's figure was extremely hot, she was very petite. It was completely impossible for her to block an adult. Therefore, only Noah's head was exposed above the water, while the rest of his body was submerged in the water. In this way, the petite Vera hugged Noah tightly. Her whole body was in Noah's arms, and there was zero distance between them. Not only that, Noah's head was being held. Furthermore, he was hugged from the front. Thus, Noah buried his entire head into Vera's great chest, unable to breathe at all. Noah didn't know why Vera would suddenly help him. However, Noah's mind was completely blank. An indescribable softness and elasticity surrounded Noah's entire face from all directions, and there was not even a thin layer of cloth as a barrier. In addition, under the water, Vera was also sitting in Noah's arms, closely sticking to him. This unprecedented feeling caused Noah's breathing to be completely cut off. At the same time, Noah's pores all over his body opened up and he shuddered. No, I can't. Noah desperately screamed in his heart. This is really too much. Vera, who was completely unaware that Noah was facing a physical and psychological crisis, was still rejoicing that they weren't discovered. She then lowered her head and looked at Noah, whose entire head was in her arms, softly asking, "Are you okay?" "Okay. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he's okay." If this continued, Noah would really die in the arms of a natural Lolita demon. Vera would obtain the glory of smoothly killing a hero who could even force humans into a desperate situation in the final trial. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of not losing a single soldier, not a single drop of blood or sweat. At that moment, Noah reached out his hand and pushed Vera's soft and delicate body under the water, trying to make this girl release him. "Ah!" Vera softly exclaimed, her face flushed red. Not only did she not release Noah, but she also hugged him even tighter. Don't touch me." It seemed that this girl thought that Noah was taking advantage of her. Noah wailed in his heart, but he didn't dare to touch Vera casually with his hands. He could only move his head in an attempt to break free from Vera's embrace. "Ugh!" Vera softly moaned in discomfort, her face turning even redder, and the hand that hugged Noah's head tightened. Don't move. It'll itch." Noah didn't move anymore. It wasn't because of anything else, but because his consciousness was gradually drifting away. Vera only now realized that something was wrong, and suspiciously released Noah's head. Noah immediately gasped for air as if he was drowning. In the quiet bathing area, this sound was too abrupt and too obvious. Black Rabbit's long rabbit ears slightly trembled, and he looked in Vera's direction with a face of surprise. What was that sound just now? Although the rest of the people didn't have as sharp a hearing as Black Rabbit, they more or less heard some strange sounds, and all of them looked in Vera's direction in puzzlement. Vera only felt that everyone's eyes were focused on her, and immediately subconsciously hugged Noah's head in her arms. Noah finally felt fear in his heart. Although it was an unimaginably wonderful feeling to be surrounded by Vera's proud bosom, it was something that could only be exchanged with his life. If he was hugged by Vera again, then this time, Noah didn't have the confidence to escape from death. Hence, before Vera could reach him, Noah dove into the water, leaving Vera with no chance of catching him. Vera suddenly lost her balance and fell into the water, pressing down on Noah's body. Noah almost suffocated from the pressure. At this time, the doubts in the hearts of the group of girls rose to the peak. Flying Bird frowned, stood up, and walked in Vera's direction. "What are you doing over there alone?" Vera, who came out of the water, saw Flying Bird walking over, and suddenly became flustered. "No, nothing. There's nothing here." Unfortunately, Vera didn't know that this action was even more suspicious. However, before Fei Niao's doubts could rise, Vera, who was waving her arms in a panic, accidentally gave Fei Niao a hard push. Flying Bird suddenly exclaimed, and like Vera, she fell into the water. In the water, Noah, who was preparing to swim to the shore, felt a soft and delicate body pressing down on him, pressing away all the air in his lungs. "Ah!" Flying Bird, who fell into the water, screamed, hugged her chest, jumped up, and pointed at the water with a red face. There's something. There seems to be something in the water." With one sentence, the group of girls all stood up in surprise and stared at the water surface. Coincidentally, Noah, who was just pushed out of his lungs by Flying Bird's fall, turned into bubbles and emerged from the water surface. The group of girls were all shocked, and one after another, they used their hands to cover their bodies. "Who?" Letitia's pair of deep red eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Who's there?" After saying that, Letitia's shadow on the water surface suddenly swelled up, turning into sharp shadow blades. They drew a perfect trajectory in the air, and like a storm, they fell on the water surface in front of Flying Bird and Vera. Bang! The storm-like shadow blades exploded the water surface, causing a huge splash in the bathing pool. Flying Bird and Vera, who were the closest to the pool, were directly swept away by the splash. They cried out in alarm, and then were caught by Black Rabbit and Yao. How is it?" Ai Xia asked while trembling with fear. Is it dead?" Pest was also staring intently at the surface of the water. With a frown on her face, she covered her body and slowly approached the water. Seeing this, Vera finally reacted, and a nervous expression appeared on her face. Everyone was staring at the water surface, causing the entire bathing pool to sink into an indescribable silence. After a while, a shadow appeared on the water surface. The group of girls opened their eyes wide. In the next instant, a person floated out of the water and floated on the water surface like a corpse. Looking at that person, the pretty faces of the group of girls all turned red. "Ah!" Earth-shattering screams echoed in the air. Chapter 1535. Although No Name, Thousand Eyes, Salamandra, and Dragonhorn Vulture Lion were all stationed in the throne hall, the various large communities were not stationed together. Instead, they each occupied an area within the throne hall, acting as the community's base of operations. At this moment, in the reception hall of the No Name base, Fei Niao was furious. "This is unbelievable." The girls from the era of Zhao, he seemed to have encountered an unimaginable disaster. On one hand, their faces were red from shame, and on the other, they kept shouting at Noah, who was sitting in front of them. To actually do such a thing, can you still be considered human? Do you have any sense of shame? Obviously, Fei Niao was still unable to take what happened in the bathhouse to heart. However, that was natural. It was believed that most girls who encountered such a thing would not be able to take it to heart. Fei Niao from the era of Zhao, he was even more so. When Flying Bird thought about how she had not only been seen completely naked unknowingly, but also accidentally pressed her entire body against Noah's body, her entire body trembled. She simply wished she could strangle Noah to death and then commit suicide. Although the other girls did not react as fiercely as Fei Niao, their gazes towards Noah were also filled with condemnation. Ai Xia, on the other hand, was hiding behind Vera's back, mumbling to herself with a red face. Scene, 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 scene. Noah, Sama saw everything. Only Vera was at a loss as she looked at the scene in front of her. In the end, she could only look towards Noah with a pleading gaze. Sensing Vera's pleading gaze, Noah really felt like his stomach was hurting. Noah really wanted to scream out loud when he sensed the condemning gazes from the young ladies present. Undoubtedly, the person who should be asking for help is me. Of course, Noah did not shout out this sentence, because, in the current situation, Noah did not have a friend who was worth asking for help. Therefore, Noah could only use the same words that he had said countless times before. I already said I did not peep. Unfortunately, even the intelligent Noah did not understand the current situation. Actually, it didn't matter whether Noah was peeping or not. Compared to this matter, the only thing that the girls couldn't care about was the truth. Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at Noah with disdain as he stated the truth. But you still saw it, didn't you? Noah was at a loss for words. That was right. Regardless of whether he was peeping or not, it was a fact that Noah had seen all the girls' bodies. As long as this fact existed, it didn't matter whether Noah was peeping or not. Seeing that Noah had fallen into a state of silence, the girls present all revealed embarrassed and angry expressions. What? Pest spoke in a mocking manner. So, you're also this kind of person? Woo! Black Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears. You too, the symbol of purity, was sullied just like that. I don't have the face to call myself a Hakata noble anymore. No matter what, you've gone too far this time. Letitia also sighed. My master, looking at girls' bodies is an action that is much heavier than what you imagined. The girls all nodded their heads heavily. They seemed to be in great agreement with Letitia's words. Seeing this, Noah's expression became resentful. In the end, he spread his hands helplessly. In other words, you all want me to take responsibility? Take responsibility. The young girls all cried out in surprise, and their beautiful faces once again turned red. Flying Bird was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face and ears turned red as she cried out. Who wants you to take responsibility? Noah was immediately at a loss. In other words, I don't need to take responsibility? Once those words were said, Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Letitia, Pest, and even Ai Xia all looked at Noah with their coldest gazes. This caused Noah to shiver all over. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't take responsibility, and he could not take responsibility either. What exactly were they planning to do? As expected, women were mysterious creatures. It was impossible to understand their hearts. Speaking of which, Flying Bird seemed to be unwilling to add more shame to this matter. She turned around and glared at Vera. Why did you help this guy hide it from us? After hearing Flying Bird's words, the group of girls suddenly remembered. The first person to discover Noah's whereabouts was undoubtedly Vera. However, not only did this girl not report it, but she also covered up for Noah. This led to the tragedy that happened later. Thus, all the young ladies turned their gazes to Vera. In fact, Noah was also very curious. He didn't know why Vera would help him. Although it was because of Vera that Noah encountered all kinds of life-threatening dangers, which led to the tragedy that happened later. It was right. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Vera opened her mouth hesitantly. Since he protected me, I have to protect him too. Vera only protected Noah because he planned to protect her from Maxwell. How should one put it? This girl who appeared to be completely unworldly was much purer and kinder than everyone imagined her to be. However, the so-called good intentions doing bad things was undoubtedly referring to Vera's situation. Really? I still can't let go of this. Flying Bird seemed to feel that she had suffered a great loss. She spoke to Noah in a somewhat impatient manner. Forget about Letitia and Pest. But for us, you have to give us an explanation. Pest, immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. What do you mean, forget about me? I've also been seen naked. The one who replied to Pest was not Flying Bird. Instead, it was Yao. But aren't you Noah's subordinate? I'm only his subordinate. Pest retorted, I'm not his pet. Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, and the others all revealed surprised expressions. What kind of expression is that? Pest was immediately enraged. Could it be that you all think that I am that guy's pet? Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Even if you say that, Flying Bird said bluntly. When you first became Noah's subordinate, didn't you even wear a pet suit? Pest's expression froze. That should be enough to prove everything, right? Yao also spoke bluntly. After all, I even wore such a shameful costume. I was forced to wear it. Otherwise, how could I possibly wear that sort of costume? Pest shouted, do you think that I am that shameful rabbit over there that could wear a bunny girl costume as casual clothes? Shameful rabbit. Black Rabbit's ears suddenly stood erect. She was immediately enraged. You actually called the noble moon rabbit a shameful rabbit? This is truly unbelievable. I was also forced to wear those clothes by Lord White Yiksha. Furthermore, that is not a bunny girl costume. I am definitely not a shameless rabbit. Once again, Flying Bird and Dazzling revealed a surprised expression. Seeing that, Black Rabbit started to shiver. In the end, she hugged Letitia with tears in her eyes. Lady Letitia. Letitia hugged Black Rabbit with a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She patted Black Rabbit's back and gently consoled her. Don't mind it, Black Rabbit. Even if everyone thinks that you are a shameful rabbit, I will still recognize your nobility and purity as Moon Rabbit. Lady Letitia, Black Rabbit was so moved that she started to cry. Seeing the original denunciation assembly suddenly turn into a chaotic civil war and then into a touching scene, Vera and Aisha were both stunned. What kind of situation was this? Noah, who was originally the target of public criticism but was now directly ignored and cast aside, was also dumbfounded. Seeing Letitia and Black Rabbit hugging each other in such a touching scene, Flying Bird and Yao high-fiving each other like problem children who had succeeded in their prank, Pest's dumbfounded expression, Vera and Aisha's dumbfounded expressions, Noah fell silent. After a long time, Noah sighed emotionally and said, Don't worry. As expected, I am out of touch. Am I unable to keep up with everyone's rhythm? In the end, as the main culprit, Noah was reduced to a spectator. This caused this farce to come to an end. Chapter 1536. Lying on the bed in a room assigned to No Name's throne hall, Noah sighed and muttered to himself in extreme exhaustion. Today is really a day full of disasters. Undoubtedly, it had only been a day since he returned to this world, but a lot of things had happened. First, there was the fact that AZ Dakaha was temporarily sealed. Then, there was the hidden danger of the three-headed dragon's body wreaking havoc on the earth. Then, he learned that the 16 knights had been severely injured. In order to go to AZ Dakaha's sealed place and discuss with White Yiksha, he happened to meet the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and learned that the upper levels of the box court were prepared to abandon the lower levels. Then, White Yiksha transferred the sovereignty of the sun, which all the gods in the heaven realm coveted, to Noah. Moreover, it was a full 14-sun sovereignty. For this, Noah even had a short confrontation with the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and thoroughly experienced the power of the half-star spirit. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, who had been the enemy of the heaven realm to the greatest extent since the creation of the box court. Compared to this, Griffith's level of trouble was just an interlude within an interlude. There was no need to even think about it, and Noah did not take it to heart at all. In just a short day, he had encountered so many things, and it seemed that even God could not bear to see it, and thus arranged a farce, letting Noah see the naked posture of the girls around him in the bathhouse, and being given such a great benefit by Vera to enjoy. Although, in the end, it was just a farce that made Noah even more tired, but no matter what, he still took a lot of advantage. If it was a man in good health, he would probably have already taken the benefits in the bathhouse as his own side dish, and might even have rubbed a few times. Unfortunately, Noah not only had two delicate fiancées, but also a concubine who had sent herself to his door. He would not do such a regrettable thing in the middle of the night when he could not bear the loneliness. Compared to these things, Noah had more important and valuable things to do. At that moment, Noah closed his eyes and immersed himself in the depths of his heart. In the center of the boundless universe ocean, the outline of the stone plate, which was connected to 10 independent patterns, was still quietly suspended there. At the center of the stone plate was the mark of a sun. In the sun's imprint, the 16 imprints each occupied a region, equally dividing the entire sun. Among them, the lion and dragon inscriptions were emitting a sun-like radiance. That was the proof that the Leo constellation of the 12 zodiac signs and the dragon constellation of the 12 equatorial stars were working. Since the two sun sovereigns were radiating brilliance, it meant that Noah was strengthening the two sun sovereigns. Apart from the lion and dragon, the other 14 seals were completely dull, proving that Noah was not using their powers. Now that I'm free, let's study the sovereignty of the sun bestowed by White Yiksha. The sovereignty of the Leo constellation gave Noah an invulnerable body. The dragon's sovereignty of the sun could strengthen Noah's power and strengthen Noah's spirit. The two sun sovereigns benefited Noah a lot. If he could obtain the strengthening and abilities of the other 14 sun sovereigns, Noah's strength would definitely soar by several levels. However, the strengthening of the sun sovereigns might not necessarily be useful to me. For example, the dragon sun sovereigns could greatly increase the spirit lattice, but Noah did not have a spirit lattice, so he could only use another way to increase his power and spirit. The same was true for the 14 sun sovereigns that White Yiksha had transferred to Noah. Therefore, Noah needed to thoroughly study the nature and characteristics of these sun sovereigns, just like the dragon sun sovereigns, and find another way to use them. That would be the most beneficial for Noah. Just as Noah was about to do this work, a voice sounded in his mind. "Leave this matter to me," Limnya said. The sudden voice startled Noah for a moment before he spoke. "Athena?" It was Athena's voice. "I'm also very interested in the sun sovereigns." Athena's interested voice echoed in Noah's mind. "Although the sun is just an object of hatred for me, that is a thing of the past. Now, I am not the goddess of snakes, but the spirit of steel. Wouldn't it be more efficient to leave this matter to me?" Indeed, as the former goddess of earth, Athena's greatest hatred was undoubtedly the sun. However, as the saying goes, the person who understands you the most will always be your opponent. Therefore, Athena, who hated the sun and treated it as her mortal enemy, definitely understood the sun the most. She might even understand the sun better than White Yiksha. In addition, although Athena was no longer a goddess, she had not lost her past wisdom. Instead, because she had peeked into the knowledge of various worlds stored in Noah's mind, she had a tendency to go further. It was definitely a good choice to let Athena study another way to use the sun sovereigns. The amount is quite large, and it might take a long time. However, if I were to do it, it would be faster than you, right? Athena said. Moreover, you don't have that much time to study the sun sovereigns. There are many things outside that you need to do. It is not a wise choice to do it yourself. That's true. Noah scratched his cheek and smiled. Then can I ask you to do it? I am now only your possession. Athena's light laughter echoed in Noah's mind. Although it's inconceivable that I, who was once the queen of the divine realm, would need to help a human solve his problems and even serve him with the identity of a follower, I'm not someone who would run away from the truth. Perhaps this is the true fate between you and me. That's for sure. Hearing this, Noah could not help but smile. At this moment, an emotionless voice sounded in Noah's mind. Master, I can also help. Aster? Noah was taken aback and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aster, can you help too? No problem. Aster said without hesitation. Even a half-baked elf can help Master. There's no reason why I, as a proper sword elf, can't help Master. Noah felt helpless. I say, Aster, you're just acting out of spite, right? For a moment, Aster suddenly went silent. Then, he spoke with an emotionless voice. There is no such thing. However, Noah was speechless. Now, Noah was sure that Aster was just acting out of spite and jealousy. Perhaps Athena had the same conclusion as Noah. She chuckled. Since that is the case, Holy Sword Elf, I will allow you to help me. Noah was surprised. Can you really do it? Master, Aster said with some dissatisfaction. I can do it. Don't underestimate your Holy Sword Elf. Athena said. Although she isn't as wise as I am, she is still the strongest elf who has lived in the elemental world for more than 1,000 years. Perhaps I can combine what this elf has seen and heard over the past 1,000 years and find a way to make use of the sun's sovereignty from an elf's perspective. Is that so? Noah nodded in realization. Then I will leave it to you. I am Master's sword. Aster's voice became lighter. As you wish. It seemed that Aster's mood was really good because he wasn't pushed out. Although she had lived for more than 1,000 years, this elf girl was as pure as a child. Thinking about this, Noah's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Suddenly, Noah's smile froze. So, accompanied by a very slight sound of breaking through the air, a black shadow flew past the window and disappeared in an instant. How could Noah not understand that he was spied on just now? Oomph. Noah snorted and suddenly stood up. His body turned into a ray of light and flew out of the window. Chapter 1537. Amidst the faint sound of breaking air, a figure flashed through the night sky like a ghost. With a flash, it instantly appeared at a place 100 meters away. Not only that, the figure actually avoided all the patrolling people in the process of running. It followed the most secretive route and rushed past. From beginning to end, no one noticed it. When Noah jumped out of the window of his room, the figure in front of him had just disappeared and left Noah's field of vision. During this process, the surrounding patrolling people still did not discover any trace of the other party. This was not a joke. Not to mention the throne hall where the 4 communities, No Name, Thousand Eyes, Salamandra, and Dragonhorn, Vulture, and Lion, were stationed. The entire vampire's castle had patrolling people. It could be said that the security was tight, and the other party was actually able to avoid everyone's eyes and ears while patrolling so many communities. This was enough to prove that the other party was not simple. Why would such a person suddenly appear here and spy on Noah? While thinking about this question, Noah's figure had already turned into an afterimage. He violently shot out and chased after the figure in front of him that had completely disappeared from his field of vision. With the support of LV6 ability value. Now, even if Noah did not use any strength, his speed had reached an astonishing level. The figure that was escaping did not seem to have any way to gain an advantage in this aspect. Therefore, in just a few short seconds, Noah, who had rushed out, discovered the black figure that had flashed into an alley. Without any hesitation, Noah also dodged and darted into the alley. The tip of his foot touched the ground with extreme agility. His body was like a bullet that was shot out of a barrel as he violently shot in the direction of the fleeing black shadow. In the next moment, Noah suddenly caught up with the running figure in front of him. Staring at the back of the figure, Noah's eyes trembled as he gathered power in his hands. At this time, the distance between Noah and the other party was only a short 2 to 3 meters. At this distance, Noah could instantly erase it. The distance between the other party and Noah was so close that they could reach out and touch each other. Noah naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Next, Noah only needed to reach out and grab the other party. Then, he would be able to take the other party down. If the other party resisted, Noah wouldn't be so polite when the time came. However, just as Noah was about to reach out and grab the shoulder of the figure in front of him, what happened next caused Noah's pupils to shrink. Buzz! One could only see the body of the nearby figure suddenly tremble. Soon after, it suddenly disappeared from the spot. Noah saw it clearly. At this moment, the figure that was only 2 or 3 meters away from Noah suddenly appeared 100 meters away and continued to rush forward. This unbelievable scene caused Noah's eyes to flicker. In Noah's memory, there were only 3 kinds of power that could do such a thing. The first was the power of the seraphic speed. It was able to shorten the distance of movement in the sense of controlling time, allowing one to obtain unimaginable speed. It was not difficult to appear and disappear unpredictably and appear in another place in an instant. The second kind was teleportation. Whether it was teleportation magic or teleportation, they could all achieve the same thing. The last kind caused Noah's dark and deep eyes to flicker. However, he did not hesitate. His body was like lightning as he rushed forward and chased after the fleeing figure. However, this time, Noah did not attack that person. Instead, it was as if he planned to follow the other party. He firmly hung at a distance of less than 4 or 5 meters from the other party. Although the person in front didn't turn around, he seemed to know Noah's plan like the back of his hand. He didn't use the power that could appear and disappear unpredictably, which was comparable to God's speed and teleportation. Instead, he maintained this speed and rushed forward. The two of them flew forward tacitly until they arrived at the edge of the ancient castle. When they reached a small path where no one was, they suddenly stopped. Noah immediately slowed down and slowly came to a stop. A silent atmosphere suddenly spread out and shrouded the entire space. Noah and the person in front of him did not take the initiative to make a move. One of them had his back facing Noah, while the other just stood there quietly. Neither of them spoke. In the end, the first person to speak was neither Noah nor the person in front of him, but the third person present. Since you don't plan to speak, then I will speak first. Following such a voice, a figure walked out from the shadows and imprinted itself in Noah's eyes. Looking at the person slowly walking out from the shadows, Noah could not help but curl his lips. It really is you. The person who came was a youth with white hair and white clothes. It was the 10th incarnation of Vishnu, the hero who saved the world during the apocalypse Galgi. As for the person who led Noah here, it was naturally the girl who had been by Galgi's side and had the gift of distance control Ling. Your Highness, you are so annoying. Ling turned around in dissatisfaction and grumbled. I thought I should at least be more patient than him so that I can take the lead in the following conversation. This idea is understandable, but unfortunately you used the wrong person. Ling Galgi's expression did not change. Compared to us, he doesn't need to be anxious at all. Besides, as matters stand, do you still think we can take the lead in front of someone who can even force humans into a corner in the final trial? Ling was speechless. Only then did Galgi raise his head and meet Noah's gaze as he spoke indifferently. Long time no see. Should I say that? I don't care. Noah's expression did not change at all. Although I don't think you want to see me again. In all fairness, Galgi and Ling's abilities were extraordinary. Putting aside the fact that they belonged to the Demon King Alliance, they were able to stir up chaos in the entire 5-4-5-4-5 outer sect and even release AZ Dakaha. No matter how one looked at it, they were much stronger than many of the pretentious existences in the box court. However, with Noah here, not only did Galgi and his group repeatedly hit a wall, they even almost died in Noah's hands. In the end, if it wasn't for the two suns' sovereignty and another cosmology as a bargaining chip to buy their lives from Noah, Galgi, the hero of the apocalypse, would not have lived to this day. Under such circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Noah was a nightmare for Galgi and his group. That was why Noah had mocked him like that. In response, Galgi nodded calmly. Indeed, if it's possible, I don't want to meet you when I don't have any way to deal with you. After all, we hid in the dark and schemed so much to obtain the sovereignty of the two sun, but because we provoked you, we lost everything, Ling also said awkwardly. For people who can't be calculated, people like me who was trained to be the controller of the gift game really don't want to get involved at all. But you still came, and you took such a big detour to lead me here. Noah looked around and said intentionally or unintentionally, when I recognized your method of controlling the distance, I was thinking that you lure me out either to set a trap for me or to talk to me about something. Now it seems that it should be the latter. That's right, Ling said with a smile. So, little brother, you don't have to observe the surroundings anymore. There is no ambush around. Come to think of it, if there is an ambush, wouldn't choose to ambush here. If it isn't good and the people in the castle are attracted, then you'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Noah shrugged. In that case, tell me your intentions. I hope it's not something boring. Don't worry, for you, it's definitely not a bad thing. Galgi looked at Noah and said so. I want to cooperate with you to eliminate Maxwell. Chapter 1538. Get rid of Maxwell. Galgi's words made Noah frown deeply. Noah was no longer as clueless about Galgi's situation as he was at the beginning. This hero was destined to save the world in the apocalypse. Although he was still immature, he was an important chess piece for the Demon King alliance that created him. In order to monitor this important chess piece, Maxwell was sent by the Demon King alliance to stay by Galgi's side. After all, as long as Maxwell could freely manipulate the realm of cold and heat and teleport, it would not be easy for Galgi's group to do anything even if they wanted to. At least, in Noah's opinion, Maxwell, who had the ability to teleport in an immortal body, was far more powerful than an incarnation of Vishnu who had yet to complete his spiritual lattice. With Maxwell's strength, it would not be difficult to suppress Galgi and even Glea and Aurora who were beside Galgi. As for Ling, although this girl's gift was relatively rare and was equivalent to being invincible if used well, with Maxwell's teleportation, no matter how far the distance was, it could be instantly shortened to 0, which was just enough to completely restrain Ling's gift. Therefore, the Demon King Alliance had Maxwell by Galgi's side to monitor him. Now, Galgi wanted to make a move on Maxwell. There was only one meaning. I see. Noah glanced at Galgi. You're not willing to just be someone else's chess piece and finally intend to raise the flag against the Demon King Alliance. The Demon King Alliance? Galgi suddenly said so in an extremely sarcastic tone. Do you really think that the person behind me is the Demon King Alliance made up of all kinds of Demon Kings? This sentence made Noah raise his head, and his frown deepened. What do you mean? It's very simple, Galgi said directly. On the surface, we Demon Kings have united for the sovereignty of the sun and launched attacks on various major regions. In fact, the person who is secretly unifying us Demon Kings is not the Demon King. It's not the Demon King. Noah was stunned. What? Don't you already know about it? Bell asked in a meaningful manner. The gods of the upper echelons are preparing to abandon the box court and gather the sovereignty of the sun to create a new box court. Hearing this, Noah's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered. Have you finally realized it? Ling suddenly smiled. That's right. The ones who are secretly controlling the Demon King Alliance and collecting the sovereignty of the sun are some of the upper class of gods. Us Demon Kings are at most their chess pieces, objects of their control. Undoubtedly, he's a god, but he's secretly manipulating the Demon King to attack the major areas in the lower levels, trying to collect the sovereignty of the sun. Do you think I'll obediently be manipulated by someone like that? Galgi said firmly. Therefore, I want to raise the flag of rebellion against the Demon King Alliance. No, I want to raise the flag of rebellion against the upper echelons of the box court and break away from their control. And the first step is to get rid of the informant the Demon King Alliance planted here. Galgi looked at Noah with burning eyes. You want to deal with Maxwell too, don't you? How about working with us? Noah was silent. Without responding to Galgi's invitation, Noah crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. Galgi and Ling were not in a hurry, quietly waiting for Noah to make a decision. After a while, Noah opened his eyes and suddenly asked, Why are you so sure that I want to deal with Maxwell? There are 2 reasons, Galgi said confidently. The first reason is naturally vera zat ignifartis. You're already prepared to protect that great demon of the life and death realm from Maxwell, right? You've collected quite a lot of information. Noah snorted. What's the second reason? The second reason is naturally Maxwell's threat. Ling answered Noah's question. Actually, little brother, you know very well that Maxwell is a very big threat. With his manipulation realm and the ability to teleport at will, he's definitely able to destroy this camp. Not long ago, the Demon King Alliance attacked the east, south, and north regions. Maxwell was responsible for the attack on the east. At that time, Maxwell used his ability to teleport all the clones of the three-headed dragon to the east in an instant, almost causing a devastating disaster to the east. Now, there are also a large number of clones of the three-headed dragon outside, and there is no lack of first-generation deities among them. If Maxwell uses his power to send the clones to this camp, or even to other areas in the lower levels like the last time he attacked the east, then whether it's this camp or other places in the lower levels, they will be destroyed by the three-headed dragon's clones. Ling directly said what Noah was most worried about. In order to prevent this from happening, we guess that once you receive news of Maxwell's activities, you will definitely want to deal with him. Protecting Rendezvous Audiobook is just a matter of convenience, right? It's not a matter of convenience. Noah did not deny it, but corrected one point. Maxwell seems to be madly in love with Vera, right? This sentence made Galji and Ling understand. I see. Galji smiled faintly. Do you plan to use Rendezvous Audiobook to lure Maxwell out? Hearing this, Noah looked deeply at Galji and laughed. As expected, we are not jackals of the same tribe. Galji was stunned. I'll tell you directly, Noah said indifferently. I will not use the people around me. The reason I'm protecting Vera is, as you said, just a matter of convenience. The second reason is that staying by Vera's side is most likely to meet Maxwell. I've never thought of using that girl to do anything. You'd better not misunderstand. Galji and Ling were instantly speechless. At the same time, they felt a trace of respect for Noah in their hearts. Undoubtedly, he had wisdom far beyond the average person, but he had never thought of himself as superior to others and made the people around him act under his control. Undoubtedly, he had the power to do whatever he wanted, but he had never thought of using his own power to satisfy his own desires. Such a person might seem foolish in the eyes of some pretentious people. However, Galji and Ling knew that only those who adhered to certain bottom lines and had strong beliefs were truly difficult to deal with and truly powerful people. Noah was without a doubt such a person. He had the power to force humans into despair in the final trial, as well as wisdom that surpassed Ling, who had been raised as a game controller. He even had strong beliefs and righteousness. Why would such a person worry about not becoming world-renowned? After understanding this, Ling felt reverence in her heart, while Galji felt a little jealous. Like Noah, Galji had been born with intelligence and knowledge, and didn't have the growth of a normal human. The two of them could be said to have the same background. However, compared to Noah, who had his own beliefs, Galji was just going with the flow, trying to resist his fate as a tool. In various senses, the two of them weren't on the same level. While Galji and Ling had their own thoughts, Noah shrugged. But you're right. I have a reason to deal with that stalker. Besides, both of you paid a huge price to survive for me, but that bastard escaped under my nose. I'm really unhappy about it, so it's time to settle the score with him. Hearing Noah's words, Galji and Bell exchanged glances and smiled. Galji looked straight at Noah. You agree to work together? Whether we can work together or not depends on what you can do, Noah said. You came to me because you can't deal with Maxwell, so you want me to do it. Since I'm the one doing it, what kind of value can you bring to the table? We can only work together based on this point. Of course, Galji nodded. We will bring out our value. For example, Ling said with a smile, we can make Maxwell appear before you and accept his death obediently. Noah's eyes glinted as though he understood what Ling meant. Chapter 1539. Early in the morning, the warm sunlight shone from the other side of the mountain range. The sun slowly rose, sweeping away the gloomy weather from the day before, causing the world to be filled with vitality out of nowhere. In a forest, three figures were sitting opposite each other, occupying different corners of an open space. Lying on the ground like a dozing beast was a pitch-black griffin. Sitting on the rock was a demoness in a black robe, holding a harp in her arms. There was also a man who was dressed like a clown, leaning against the trunk of a tree with his arms crossed. These three people were Glea, Aurora, and Maxwell. However, at this moment, the three of them had different expressions. Glea seemed to have fallen asleep. He lay there with his eyes closed and didn't move at all. Aurora kept wiping the harp in her hands with a leisurely look. Only Maxwell frowned, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. A trace of anxiety could be seen faintly between his brows. After maintaining this scene for about half an hour, the sun finally rose high into the sky and illuminated the entire land. Maxwell seemed to have finally lost his patience. He put down his arms in front of him, straightened his body, and couldn't help but speak. "Why aren't His Highness and military advisor back yet?" This sentence made Aurora, who was wiping the harp, stop what she was doing. Glea, who was dozing off, also opened one of his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and saw the words "finally lost patience" in each other's eyes. So Aurora spoke. "Didn't I already tell you that His Highness has something important to do?" Aurora only mentioned Galgi, but not Belle. That was because Aurora knew that Maxwell didn't care about Belle's life at all. To Maxwell, Galgi, who could help the gods behind the Demon King Alliance survive the apocalypse, was the most important thing. As for the rest, whether it was Belle, Glea, or Aurora herself, Maxwell didn't care at all whether they were dead or alive. As expected, Maxwell didn't care about Belle's whereabouts at all. He only spat out some anxious words about Galgi's whereabouts. Something important? What was so important that he had to do it all night? What is it? Even if you ask me, I don't know, Aurora replied calmly. His Highness only said that he had something to do. We're just subordinates. What right do we have to ask? Is that so? Maxwell glanced at Aurora and asked suspiciously, "Do you really not know anything?" It was easy to tell from Maxwell's words. This Demon King was filled with distrust towards Aurora's words. In fact, this distrust had started to appear a month ago. The reason was simply because Galgi had lost the sovereignty of the two sons that he had obtained with great difficulty. For the Demon King Alliance, the importance of the son's sovereignty was beyond doubt. Galgi had lost two son sovereigns, which made the god behind the Demon King Alliance very unhappy with this item. However, Galgi's tool was still useful to the Demon King Alliance and the gods behind it. Therefore, after Galgi used the excuse that he had no choice but to do it to save his life, the Demon King Alliance could only suppress the dissatisfaction in their hearts and couldn't say anything else. However, the Demon King Alliance also began to have some criticism towards Galgi. After all, Galgi was just a tool to the Demon King Alliance. Galgi himself understood this very well. Therefore, many people thought that Galgi was very likely to betray the Demon King Alliance and deliberately hid the sun's sovereignty. In view of this, Maxwell, who was in charge of monitoring Galgi's group, naturally had distrust in them. Therefore, Maxwell was a little anxious about Galgi's whereabouts, because Maxwell didn't know if Galgi was planning to do something secretly. If it weren't for Aurora and Glea still staying here, Maxwell might even think that Galgi had escaped. That might not be the case. Glea didn't know if he saw through Maxwell's thoughts, but he, who was dozing off, spoke in a deep voice. "We are all here to pledge our loyalty to His Highness. Since you don't know where His Highness is going, how can we know?" The implication was that since Galgi didn't tell Maxwell where he was going, there was no reason to tell Glea and Aurora. With regards to this statement, Maxwell naturally scoffed at it. If Galgi really planned to do something behind the Demon King Alliance's back, it was impossible for him to let Maxwell know. Therefore, Glea's statement was simply a joke to everyone in the know. However, on the surface, they were still partners in the same camp. If it was exposed, there would be no way to continue to maintain a good relationship, and they would fall out with each other. Before confirming that Galgi and the others really had ulterior motives, there would be no benefit in doing so. Although Maxwell was extremely narcissistic and mentally twisted, he wasn't a fool. Maxwell still understood this kind of thing. At that moment, Maxwell said directly, "No matter what, get His Highness to come back quickly. I can't let anything happen to him." Maxwell's words were full of warning. It was obvious that Maxwell's patience had been worn out. Sensing this, Aurora and Glea didn't say anything on the surface, but they were more or less anxious. At this moment, a playful and cute voice sounded around them. "Mr. Maxwell, Don't be so anxious. As this voice sounded, Galgi and Bell suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Ling looked at Maxwell and said unwillingly, "What are you talking about? With me around, would anything happen to His Highness?" Aurora and Glea immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Maxwell also loosened his furrowed brows and glanced at the calm Galgi. Then he put on an act and spread out his hands. "It's not that I don't trust Sir Military Advisor. I'm just a little worried about His Highness' safety." Judging from Maxwell's pretentious behavior, even a layman could tell that he didn't mean what he said. However, Galgi smiled as if he didn't notice anything. "Sorry to have made you worry." "Don't mention it," Maxwell said perfunctorily, then asked again. "Speaking of which, where did His Highness go all night?" It seemed like a question of concern, but it was actually just a question. However, it wasn't Galgi who answered Maxwell's question, but Bell. "We went to collect information," Bell said. "Mr. Maxwell, I'm afraid you don't know that Noah Dole is back. He's now in the vampire's castle in the sky." "Noah Dole?" Maxwell's eyes narrowed. "He's not dead. How could the person who defeated all of us die so easily?" Galgi's lips suddenly curled up slowly. "Not only is he not dead, but he seems to be living quite comfortably now." "Nourish?" Maxwell was stunned. "That's right," Bell said exaggeratedly. "Mr. Maxwell, you don't know. Undoubtedly, the entire underworld is facing a terrible disaster like the humans' final trial. Not only is that man not nervous at all, but he's also recently getting along very well with a charming northern devil. That devil seems to be quite famous." Galgi touched his chin. "I think he's called Vera Zygnatifates, right?" When this sentence came out of Galgi's mouth, Maxwell's expression froze. Then, the temperature of the entire space suddenly became hot and cold. Glea and Aurora suddenly tensed up. Galgi and Bell stared in Maxwell's direction. In front of everyone, Maxwell's face contorted, then turned ferocious, and finally became expressionless. He was like a living dead, and he said this without any anger. "Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Hearing this, Galgi and Bell's eyes glinted with success. Chapter 1540. Above the magma rock, the vampire's castle. When the sky brightened, traces of life began to appear in the ancient castle that was filled with historical aura. The people who had been patrolling the whole night were chatting with the people who came to change shifts. They returned to their bases and began to rest. As the sun gradually rose, there were more and more people on the streets. They were either fully armed, lightly armed, or like ordinary people, they wore casual clothes and didn't even carry a weapon. Everyone was walking on the streets. Around the streets, there were stalls. Everything was sold in the stalls. Some sold weapons and armor. Some sold snacks and food. Some even sold some cheap gifts, which attracted a lot of onlookers. The lively scene made people unable to imagine that this place existed as a combat camp. It was more like an ordinary city. Under such circumstances, early in the morning, Noah went to find Vera and strolled outside. Holding Vera's hand, Noah walked on the streets as if he was really shopping. He pointed at the stalls around him. They can actually set up stalls at this time. The community called Six Wounds is quite powerful. In the Dragonhorn Vulture Lion Alliance, which was formed by 1 horn, 2 wings, 3 tails, 4 feet, 5 claws, and 6 wounds, not all communities focused on military development. In the South District's Hierarchy Alliance, each community had different positions. Among them, 1 horn and 5 claws were responsible for fighting. 2 wings, 3 tails, and 4 feet were responsible for transportation. 6 wounds was responsible for the Alliance's agriculture and business development. Business communities like 6 Wounds that focused on business activities were not rare in the box court. For example, Thousand Eyes, where White Yiksha was, with a large business community formed by many communities. Their reputation and power profiles were in the upper, middle, and lower levels of the box court. They were far more famous than 6 Wounds. Of course, 6 Wounds was also one of the few well-known business communities in the lower levels of the box court. They had branches in almost every area of the lower levels. However, because of this, Six Wounds seemed to have signs of breaking away from Dragonhorn Vulture Lion. There was no other reason other than the fact that the Dragonhorn Griffin Lion had become the dominant class. After the Dragonhorn Griffin Lion had become the class controller of the Southern District, in order to achieve closer cooperation, the large communities of the Dragonhorn Griffin Lion Alliance decided to unify into a large and all-powerful community, so as to better correspond to the class controller's position. However, to the Six Wounds, it was undoubtedly a huge blow. If they were to unify into a community, it would mean that they would need to unify under one banner. However, for a business community, changing the flag and name was unimaginable. This was because the brand of the product would change its name, which would cause a certain amount of economic losses. Therefore, Six Wounds seemed to be thinking of leaving the alliance and becoming independent. This matter, Noah heard about it from Rin. For this reason, Rin seemed to have some ideas. But because of the existence of such a great enemy, like humanity's final trial, he couldn't put the cart before the horse. Thus, he didn't mention it and suppressed it in his heart. Noah could vaguely see Rin's plan, but he did not point it out. After all, now is not the time to talk about these things. In short, for a business community to be able to become famous in the lower class, their ability could be imagined. Even in this period of time, they were still able to firmly grasp the opportunity to profit. It was indeed admirable. That area seems to be selling weapons and armors. Are those weapons and armors normal armors or bestowed armors? There are bestowed weapons over there. To be able to sell bestowed weapons at this time, they must not be normal goods. Otherwise, people wouldn't buy them to increase their strength and deal with AZ Dakaha's split body. Oh, there are even snacks and food? If Yao was here, he would definitely happily go and watch, right? There are even elixirs that can increase one's strength, and it's only selling for 10 gold coins? Who would be so stupid to sell it? Seeing that Noah seemed to be very interested in shopping, Vera, who could only go with the flow while being held by Noah, spoke weakly. What are we planning to do? What? Noah replied absent-mindedly. What are we planning to do? Isn't it just shopping? Really? Vera tilted her head. Then why don't you call Black Rabbit and the others? Them? Noah shrugged. They have other things to do. Something else? Vera blinked her eyes in confusion. At this moment, Noah turned his head and looked at Vera with a smile. Next, something big might happen here, so Black Rabbit and the others went to look for Sarah and Sandora. They are preparing to do something big. Something big? Vera was even more confused. Well, if you don't understand, then don't think about it. Noah patted Vera's head. You just need to follow me. Then, no matter what happens next, I will protect you. Hearing this, Vera looked at Noah's extremely carefree smile. Her heartbeat sped up, and her pretty face blushed. Noah, on the other hand, didn't know that his words had won the favor of an innocent girl. He continued to hold Vera's hand and walk towards the snack and food stall. Don't think so much. Let's enjoy it while we can. Don't hesitate and enjoy it. After saying that, Noah took out a copper coin from his pocket and flicked it into the hands of stall owners selling crepes. Boss, give me 2. Okay. The stall owner answered happily and skillfully made 2 crepes in an instant and handed the steaming crepes to Noah. Thank you for your patronage. Noah took it and gave one of them to Vera. Here, this is for you. Vera took it in a daze and looked at the crepe in her hand. For a moment, she didn't move. What's wrong? Noah also took a crepe, took a small bite, and then looked at Vera suspiciously. Don't you like to eat crepes? No. Vera shook her head. After hesitating for a while, she said in a mosquito-like voice, It's just that except for Jack and Aisha, no one has treated me so kindly. Really? Noah suddenly looked at Vera strangely. I think there should be many people who want to treat you kindly. Saying such a sentence, Noah's eyes couldn't help but move down. He glanced at Vera's plump upper body that was completely inconsistent with the tender appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old, and his expression became strange. Although, more than 99% of the guys must have bad intentions. Vera was startled once more and was confused once more. Well, Noah chuckled awkwardly and said hurriedly, Okay, hurry up and eat. Although Vera still looked confused, she still nodded, opened her seductive mouth, and took a big bite of the crepe in her hand. The way she ate naturally caused the corners of the little girl's mouth to be stained with cream. Vera didn't notice it at all. She puffed up her cheeks like a cute squirrel, chewing the crepe in her mouth, and her eyes lit up slightly. So sweet. Vera's cute appearance made Noah smile. He squatted down and half knelt on the ground. He reached out his hand and very intimately wiped the cream from the corner of Vera's mouth. Really, it's all over your face. After wiping the cream from the corner of Vera's mouth with his finger, Noah naturally put his finger that was stained with cream into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Vera's pretty face blushed again. It was also at this moment that the temperature in the air suddenly dropped below zero. An extremely cold storm suddenly descended from the sky. In a trembling sound, it was like a tornado falling in the direction of Noah. Chapter 1541. An extremely cold storm containing unimaginably low temperatures descended from the sky, rubbing against the air. As the air trembled, it madly landed on the streets. Boom! Amidst the rumbling, an extremely cold storm exploded, blowing across the street. Kacha. Under the attack of the freezing temperature, the ground slowly froze into ice. Pa. The stalls around the street were instantly shattered under the attack of the cold storm. The fragments froze into ice cubes and were swept into the storm, turning into frozen bullets that shot out in all directions. The people who were already on the street were all attacked by the extremely cold storm. They cried out in alarm one after another as they were blown away. Only Noah's eyes flashed a second before the extreme cold storm descended from the sky. He hugged Vera, who was at a loss, and disappeared in a flash. Instantly, the streets and buildings within a radius of over 100 meters were all frozen, with the extreme cold storm as the center turning into a crystalline world of ice. Holding Vera in his arms, Noah dashed out from the edge of this world of ice. He put down the girl in his arms and raised his head. Looking forward, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. Are they here? It wasn't just Noah. Looking at the street that had turned into a world of ice, Vera seemed to know who had the ability to create such a world and spoke with a trembling voice. Maxwell. It was as if he was responding to Vera's call. In front of them, in the middle of the street that had turned into a world of ice, the ground began to shine with a fiery light. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion, a pillar of fire blasted the ground and rose from the ground. It soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Within the fire pillar, a figure slowly appeared. He walked in the air as though he was walking on empty ground. In the next second, a young man wearing a red and blue coat walked out of the fire pillar like a clown, trying to please the crowd. He floated in the air and was imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. What a beautiful sound! Maxwell lowered his head and looked at Vera with an intoxicated and infatuated expression. His eyes were burning with a crazy passion. I knew that you would know that I'm here, my beloved bride. Being treated by Maxwell's scorching eyes and intoxicated tone, Vera felt goosebumps all over her body and couldn't help but cry out. So disgusting. Maxwell didn't care about Vera's words at all. Instead, he seemed to be delighted as he said so. You're embarrassed again, my bride. Although this is part of you, you should be used to my love, right? Hearing this, Vera couldn't stop trembling. Disgusting, so disgusting, not to mention Vera, even Noah couldn't stand it. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Noah had seen many narcissistic people. But Maxwell's narcissism and delusions to the extreme. Although Luo was also narcissistic, and delusional, at least he didn't give people a disgusting feeling. But Maxwell didn't have the self-awareness of how disgusting his actions were. He still stood there as if he was performing like a gentleman. One of his hands was clenched into a fist, placed on his left chest, and bowed to Vera. I'm sorry, my bride. Although I knew you were here and wanted to see you earlier, it would be rude if I didn't prepare properly. So I held myself back. You must have been thinking about me as much as I was thinking about you. Now that I'm here, are you happy? Uh, Vera was so disgusted that she couldn't speak. She could only tear up and unconsciously lean towards Noah's direction. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Noah's clothes. It was like an insecure young girl subconsciously relying on her sweetheart. The smile on Maxwell's face froze, and the intoxication and infatuation in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then, as if Maxwell finally noticed Noah's existence, he looked at Noah with an emotionless face. "That's my bride. Can you please stay away from her?" Following Maxwell's words, the surrounding temperature suddenly alternated between hot and cold. It was very strange. As a result, the entire street that had been frozen into ice kept repeating the process of melting, freezing, melting, and freezing in less than a few seconds. It was as if heaven and earth were changing, and it was frightening. If an ordinary person were to stay in such a space of ice and fire, it would not take long for them to die from the sudden rise and fall of their body temperature. Unfortunately, Noah didn't seem to feel anything. He turned his head and said to Vera in a mocking tone, "Is that what he said? Should I do it?" Vera's head suddenly shook like a rattle drum. She grabbed Noah's clothes tighter and tighter, and even her body leaned against him. Noah patted Vera's head and looked at Maxwell with a faint smile. "It seems that Vera wants to be with me more than you." The corner of Maxwell's eyes twitched, and then he returned to his expressionless state. So that's how it is. Maxwell's pupils suddenly dilated as he muttered this sentence. His face was distorted as he roared at Noah. "You must have used some despicable means to threaten Vera, right? Bastard." With that, Maxwell raised both of his hands high. A violent hot wind and an extremely cold wind suddenly exploded from Maxwell's raised hands, turning into an ice and fire storm that alternated between hot and cold. It was mixed with red and blue light, surging in all directions. Without any hesitation, Maxwell waved his hands fiercely, and the soaring ice and fire storm immediately surged out. Like a violent storm, it shrouded the direction where Noah was at. "Be careful," Vera couldn't help but exclaim. However, Noah's expression didn't change as he looked at the ice and fire storm surging towards him. He didn't move at all. In his body, the energy source that was filled with endless energy suddenly turned into a mana source, allowing the mana to flow throughout his body. In the next second, a huge water wave-like golden ripple undulated on the ground in front of Noah. Inside, a shield that was as thick as a city wall and inlaid with flower petals like decorations suddenly rose up, protecting Noah and Vera behind it. Pong! The raging storm of ice and fire landed on the thick shield like a wave crashing into a reef. It exploded with a bang and was forcibly split apart by the shield, turning into two streams of heat and cold that blew past the two sides of the shield. Noah, who was protected behind the shield and wasn't attacked by the ice and firestorm, suddenly raised a foot and kicked the shield. Dong! Amidst a heavy muffled sound, the huge shield that was as thick as a city wall was sent flying by Noah's kick. It was like the toughest wall, splitting apart the ice and firestorm that surged towards Maxwell in front of it. Maxwell's heart tightened when he saw the huge shield splitting the storm of ice and fire as it charged toward him. He finally regained his senses and leaped up without hesitation, avoiding the shield that was charging toward him. However, Maxwell's pair of eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, because almost at the same time Maxwell jumped up and avoided the huge shield behind the shield, a figure also jumped up and appeared in front of Maxwell. Who else could it be other than Noah? Looking at Maxwell's abrupt change of expression, Noah suddenly smiled, but there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes, and it was extremely cold. It's impolite not to reciprocate. After saying that, Noah suddenly turned around and kicked Maxwell's chest fiercely. Pong! The strong and powerful kick brought about a whistling wind, and it kicked Maxwell's chest. Minced meat and bones sputtered like flying pieces of paper. Chapter 1542. Bang! A muffled sound like a watermelon being smashed resounded. Amidst the muffled sound, the entire chest of the four-digit demon king, named Maxwell, burst open by Noah's powerful kick, turning into minced meat and bone fragments that splashed in all directions like water. Just like that, Maxwell's entire chest was blown apart, leaving behind a large, hideous hole. That was undoubtedly a fatal wound. Not to mention humans, except for the Azura gods and Buddhas with extremely tenacious vitality. Even demons and ghosts could only die from such injuries if they did not have any special abilities. However, Noah's eyes did not relax at all. Instead, they flashed with an even colder look. With a sidestep, his feet suddenly turned into afterimages, and he continuously kicked in the direction of Maxwell, whose chest had been blown open. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled explosions, Maxwell, whose entire chest had been blown open, was hit repeatedly by the raindrops of kicks. Every part of his body was blown up one after another, turning into minced meat and bone fragments that scattered in all directions. Noah, who had directly kicked Maxwell into smithereens, tapped his foot on the void and retreated rapidly. A magic square suddenly flashed in front of him, and an astonishing amount of magical power gathered inside, allowing the light of magical power to illuminate the entire space. Buzz! The next moment, the magic square rotated. Inside, the astonishing magical power gathered into a beam of light that burst out, piercing through the space and instantly shrouding the surrounding minced meat and bone fragments that scattered in all directions. The minced meat and bone fragments that filled the sky were annihilated into nothingness by the beam of light that contained amazing magical power. Then, the pillar of light that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky rubbed against the air and pierced through the sky without slowing down. It shot out explosively from one end of the castle of vampires and swept towards the horizon. Finally, it disappeared into the distant horizon. The whole process was less than 10 seconds. From a moment Maxwell blasted the ice and firestorm at Noah to the moment Noah smashed Maxwell into pieces without leaving a single trace, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, a four-digit demon king died in the hands of Noah, just like that. No, to be more precise, it should be said that they died once. Noah, who had landed steadily on the ground, looked straight ahead, and there was no fluctuation in his dark and deep eyes. It was only at this time that Vera recovered from her daze and hurriedly trotted to Noah's side, habitually grabbing the corner of his clothes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Noah shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the front. "But the other side seems to be fine as well." Just as Noah finished speaking, in the space in front of him, a burst of fire and ice suddenly appeared, twisting in the air and converging together, gradually condensing into a human figure. Immediately after, Maxwell, who was completely unharmed, slowly walked out of the flames and snow. He pretended to pat the dust off his coat and said unhappily, "As expected, wanting to rely on your own strength to challenge someone who could face 3 digits of humans in the final trial is more or less unwise, isn't it?" Although he said this, there was no worry or fear on Maxwell's face. Thus, Noah said with a sneer, "You think too highly of yourself, don't you think?" Maxwell's hand movements paused slightly. "When I fought with Az Dakaha, I used all my skills, and with great difficulty, I beat him to the brink of death." Noah said indifferently, "Compared to the strength I used at that time, the strength I use now is not even 1% of that. I couldn't even block this little bit of strength and died once, and you still have the nerve to say that it's only unwise. You should find a place to hide and train for a few hundred years to measure your own strength." Maxwell's face twitched, and his gaze towards Noah was filled with a shocking murderous intent. "What? You want to kill me?" Noah endured the shocking murderous intent from Maxwell's body and curled his lips into a smile. "It doesn't matter. Today's ending is either you die or I die. You could try to kill me, Maxwell." "No." Noah's eyes flashed. "I should call you Maxwell's paradox. James Clerk Maxwell's imaginary demon. The murderous intent in Maxwell's eyes faded and was replaced by a deep shock. James Clerk Maxwell. He was an extremely famous physicist and mathematician in the history of England, the founder of classical electrodynamics, and one of the founders of statistical physics. James Clerk Maxwell's On Electricity and Magnetism was respected as the most important physics classic after Newton's Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Therefore, James Clerk Maxwell was generally regarded as one of the most influential physicists in physics. Without his foundation of electromagnetism, there would be no modern electrotechnics, let alone modern civilization. The scientist even realized that there was an energy control mechanism in nature that opposed the increase of entropy, but he couldn't clearly explain this mechanism. He could only humorously assume that it was a kind of demon, that is, a spirit or something like that. This kind of demon was able to follow a certain order and rule and distribute randomly moving particles into a certain space. In other words, it was a kind of humanoid demon or similar mechanism that could detect and control the movement of a single molecule. This mechanism was conceived by Maxwell in order to illustrate the possibility of violating the second law of thermodynamics. This mechanism was later called Maxwell's demon or Maxwell's elf. There is no doubt that this kind of existence that was conceived in order to illustrate the possibility of violating the second law of thermodynamics was an existence that was denied by science. Maxwell, on the other hand, was the Maxwell demon that was denied by science. He was a demon that was born from the paradox of hypotheses. This kind of demon, whose existence was denied by science, should have been like a paper tiger, just an illusion that would disappear after being torn up and thrown away. It only needed to use physical attacks to defeat a small number of extremely weak demons, similar to the existence of the lower undead. However, Maxwell was endowed with a powerful spiritual core. This kind of spirit was also an existence that had not yet been recognized by science. The third perpetual motion machine. Noah looked directly at Maxwell. You have the third perpetual motion machine spirit, right? Perpetual motion machine. It was a kind of machine that did not need external input of energy and could constantly move and do external work under the condition of only one heat source. In history, there was a period of time when the invention of this kind of machine was popular, but it was denied one after another. Because, first of all, the machine that did not consume energy and could always do external work violated the law of conservation of energy itself. In the case of no temperature difference, continuously absorbing heat from the sea or air in nature and continuously converting it into mechanical energy, the machine that could move continuously with only one heat source violated the second law of thermodynamics. Therefore, the above two perpetual motion machines were concepts that violated the current objective laws of science and could not be manufactured. The former was collectively known as the first perpetual motion machine. The latter was known as the second perpetual motion machine. As for the third perpetual motion machine, it generally referred to the machine that was always moving. It referred to the essence of the dream of transforming energy into work, consuming energy infinitely to do work, and being able to generate energy out of nothing. Of course, the third perpetual motion machine had not been invented yet. However, Maxwell had the third perpetual motion machine spirit that was completed after 2120. Originally, Maxwell was a kind of demon that was not recognized by the natural world and did not have a body that belonged to him. And with the support of the third perpetual motion machine spirit that could generate energy out of nothing, this paradox demon, without a body, could be continuously created. Even if it was smashed into pieces, it could still be restored to its original state. This was the origin of Maxwell's immortal body. This was the information that Noah obtained from Galgi and Bell. Maxwell's face suddenly sank and became extremely ugly. Chapter 1543. Seeing Maxwell's ugly expression, Noah's face did not have a trace of joy from exposing the enemy's true colors. Instead, there was a little gloominess on his face. Undoubtedly, he had already understood Maxwell's true colors. However, Noah found that he had no way to use the 10th incarnation of the 10 incarnations, authority, warrior. After understanding the enemy's knowledge, this incarnation could display the power that could even cut off divinity and divinity. If he could use it, it would not be a problem at all to nullify Maxwell's immortal body. However, now, this incarnation could not be used. What did this mean? It meant that the knowledge Noah had now was either wrong or not enough. If it was the former, then Noah needed to consider whether Galgi was deceiving him and deliberately giving him false information, or even he was deceived by Maxwell's false information. If it was the latter, then Maxwell was very likely to be hiding some trump cards. Looking at Maxwell's ugly expression, it was very likely the latter. There was another reason for this inference. It's about time you showed your true abilities, right? Noah looked at Maxwell coldly. So far, I've encountered quite a few powerful opponents. Among them, there's no lack of 4-digit or even 3-digit opponents. Although your strength isn't weak, your body is too fragile. As a 4-digit demon king, it's a little degrading. Wasn't it? From the beginning, Noah did not use any power, nor did he use any powerful noble artifacts. He only used a shield, performed a melee attack, and used a magic cannon once. Maxwell died once in Noah's hands. As a demon king with a 4-digit number, it was indeed a bit of a loss of face. How could the existence that was sent by the Demon King Alliance to monitor Galgi and the others only have this little ability? If Maxwell only relied on teleportation and a mortal body to enter the 4-digit number, then the 4-digit number was too cheap. Or is that really all you have? Noah said sarcastically. Then, maybe I should re-examine whether it is possible to let a fake person enter the 4-digit number class. Noah's words made Maxwell's chest rise and fall slightly, and even his pair of eyes became a little red. It was a sign of extreme anger. Seeing this scene, Vera, who had been tugging at Noah's clothes, could not help but cast a look of admiration at Noah. As a victim who had been followed for 100 years, Vera clearly knew how annoying this Demon King Maxwell was. Perhaps Maxwell's strength was not very outstanding among the 4-digit number classes, but no matter how bad it was, he was still a 4-digit number class. Relying on teleportation and a mortal body, he was almost invincible, and even 4-digit number classes could not do anything to him. Now, Noah's few words, in addition to the previous rounds of fierce attacks, had forced Maxwell to this point. Vera felt that asking Noah for help in dealing with Maxwell was the best choice she had ever made in her life. Under such circumstances, Maxwell's chest rose and fell slightly for a while, but after a while, he regained his calmness. However, the Demon King, who was ranked in the top 4, looked at Noah as if he was looking at a dead person. There was not the slightest emotion in his eyes. Immediately after, Maxwell said this with an expressionless face. "You asked for it." After saying that, Maxwell suddenly spread out his hands. A vortex of flames erupted from one hand, and an extremely cold storm rose from the other. It was as if he had caught a red and blue vortex, causing the vortex of flames and the extremely cold storm to sweep across the space. Whoa! The space that was engulfed by extreme heat and extreme cold suddenly trembled and began to slowly distort. As a hypothetical demon born from thermodynamics, Maxwell could use the power of fire and ice as he wished. However, the true nature of this power was not to control temperature, but to control the energy produced from the difference in temperature. Compressing the energy produced from the difference in temperature was the power of Maxwell, the demon. Now, Maxwell was controlling this energy, cutting through the realm of cold and warmth, causing the entire space to distort. From the distorted space, pure white aberrations were transferred over from all corners of the ground. They were the 3-headed demonic dragon's clones. Roar, 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 roar. The 2-headed demonic dragons let out roars that shook the air, their blood-red eyes gazing in Noah's direction. Seeing the 2-headed demonic dragons being transferred over, Vera couldn't help but cover her small mouth. Only Noah narrowed his eyes. "So you really transported AZ Dakaha's clones to the city? It can't be helped. Just like what you said, I'm not a powerful demon king. In order to make up for my shortcomings, I developed the ability to use space to increase my battle strength, just like a summoner's battle style. Maxwell smiled emotionlessly. The Stratum overlords here seem to be hunting for clones. Unfortunately, before that, I've already gathered enough battle strength. I'm going to use this two-headed demonic dragon army to tear you to pieces, then destroy this city completely. Following Maxwell's words, the two-headed demonic dragons roared at the sky, their eyes emitting a murderous glint. However, in the face of this scene, Noah suddenly smiled. In other words, the clones here are almost all of the clones on the ground, right? Seeing Noah's joy instead of fear, even Maxwell couldn't help but be stunned. Then, Noah said sarcastically, "Thank you for giving us a chance to annihilate all of the clones in one go." As soon as his voice fell, "Oh!" a deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the sky above the city. As the shouts rang out, many figures began to surge out from all directions of the city. There were even many black figures that flew over in midair, charging toward this space. Wah! Maxwell was shocked. At this moment, Sarah and Shadora, who were riding on a fire dragon and leading a large army, gave their orders. Now is the time. Everyone, attack! One by one, the combat members of the community charged forward, bringing with them great morale as they charged toward the twin-headed dragon army with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Maxwell finally understood. Noah had long anticipated that he would transfer all three of the three-headed dragon's body parts here, and had long since made preparations. Mr. Noah, Black Rabbit, leaped down from the sky. He gripped a Vajra scepter that was flashing with lightning as he stared in Maxwell's direction. Black Rabbit is here to help you. It wasn't just Black Rabbit. Letitia, Pest, Fei Niao, Yao, Jack, and the others, including Noah's subordinates, Letitia, Pest, Flying Bird, Yao, Aisha, Jack, and the others, all appeared at the scene and began to gather around Noah and Vera. "How is it, Maxwell?" "Demon King Maxwell?" Noah looked at Maxwell with a faint smile. "Do you like this surprise? Did you plan this from the start?" Maxwell was furious. "Is that why you used Vera to lure me out? You've already said it. You think too highly of yourself," Noah said mockingly. "I don't need to go to this extent to deal with you." After saying this, Noah turned to his companions and said, "Go and deal with the twin-headed dragons. You guys go deal with AZ Dakaha's split body. I'll be fine here." Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Letitia, Pest, and the others nodded without any hesitation. They turned around and charged into the battlefield, beginning their slaughter. "Vera," Noah also said to Vera beside him, "You go as well." "Oh," Vera nodded obediently. However, her obedient appearance stimulated Maxwell. "Other than me, no one else can order Vera around." Amidst his furious roar, Maxwell suddenly disappeared from where he stood. With a spatial jump, he appeared before Noah and pounced at Noah with bloodshot eyes. Seeing Maxwell appear before him, the mockery in Noah's eyes grew even stronger. Divine power surged out from his body. Chapter 1544. Bang! The raging flame vortex and the icy cold storm exploded on the ground at the same time, turning into an impact wave of alternating hot and cold. Along with the surging airflow of red and blue, it spread wildly to the surroundings. Faced with such a berserk power, not to mention the members of the various communities, even the three-headed dragon's army of clones were unwilling to get close to it. All of them shouted and roared as they fled, distancing themselves from the area and creating a large empty space for the three-headed dragon to fight. As a result, the raging flames and ice alternately burned the surrounding streets and buildings, and then froze them into ice. In an instant, a large area of the surrounding open space was turned into a barren land. Although that power was not terrifying, it was still quite amazing. Although Maxwell claimed that he was not a demon king with great power, that was only relative. No matter what, Maxwell was a four-digit existence. The all-out attack of a four-digit demon king, even if it was not the type that specialized in strength, was still quite terrifying for those below the 4-digit level. If Maxwell was willing, it would not be difficult to destroy a city in an instant with this move alone. However, for Noah, such a simple attack of flames and ice really did not pose much of a threat. Therefore, in the face of the incoming flame vortex and icy cold storm, Noah only raised one hand, clenched it into a fist, and instantly blasted it out. Donk! The fist that even shook the atmosphere set off a violent impact wave, turning into an invisible impact wave that collided head-on with the incoming flame vortex and icy cold storm, and forcibly dispersed them. However, at this moment, Maxwell cut through the realm of cold and heat, causing the space to distort. With a space jump, he instantly flashed behind Noah. "Die for me!" In a cold and crazy voice, Maxwell rolled up flames in one hand and ice in the other. Both of his hands were thrown out, aiming at Noah's back, and heavily blasted it. In the past, Maxwell had used this move time and time again, because with the ability to teleport, almost no one could keep up with Maxwell's rhythm. If it were another person, at this moment, even if they reacted, they would not be able to avoid Maxwell's attack. Unfortunately, Maxwell had picked the wrong opponent. Teleportation was indeed very powerful. However, with his superb sensing ability, Noah was able to detect the location of Maxwell's appearance when he was in Maxwell's slicing realm and distorting space, and react in time. After all, this move of teleportation was actually a space jump. The moment he jumped out of the space itself would definitely fluctuate a little. Noah only needed to use his sensing ability to detect the space fluctuation after Maxwell performed the space jump. Then, he would know the location of Maxwell's teleportation. Therefore, before the raging flames and ice and snow came crashing down, Noah spun around and kicked out. Donk! It was an ordinary kick, but it caused the raging flames and ice to explode, creating a burst of fire and cold wind. It was like an explosion, shaking in all directions. Bang! In the next second, a heavy muffled sound rang out from the center of the trembling flames and cold wind. Goo-woo! Maxwell's muffled groan also rang out amidst the flames and snow. Immediately after, his entire body flew out and smashed into the ground like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Damn it! Maxwell gritted his teeth and got up. His body was covered in flames and ice and snow again. However, before Maxwell could attack again, waves of golden ripples suddenly flashed out from the space around him. In a moment, Maxwell was surrounded. Inside, various weapons such as sabers, swords, spears, and halberds suddenly popped out like loaded bullets, aiming in Maxwell's direction. Oh no! Maxwell was shocked. Without any hesitation, he performed a space jump and disappeared from where he was. Almost at the same time, various weapons such as sabers, swords, spears, and halberds that popped out from the golden ripples suddenly turned into beams of light and landed on Maxwell's original position. Rumble! The powerful treasures either collided with each other or exploded the ground, stirring up a surging wave of fire that blew to the surroundings. Maxwell, who used the space jump ability to escape, did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief. A faint voice sounded behind him. Where are you looking?" The pores on Maxwell's body instantly widened. Clang! A streak of sword light flashed behind Maxwell. With a clear sword hum, it flashed through space and slashed in Maxwell's direction. Poochie! This time, Maxwell did not use the space jump in time. The sword light cut through the space and cut through his waist. In a tearing sound, his body was cut in half. However, one of the two halves of the body suddenly turned into flames and the other into ice and snow. Just like that, they disappeared on the spot and reappeared in another space. Immediately, the flames and ice gathered together and turned into a human figure. It was Maxwell's appearance again. Seeing this, Noah, who was holding a luxurious knight's sword, frowned slightly. He felt that this was a bit tricky. Sure enough, ordinary means can't kill him. Maxwell seemed to have thought of this as well. He regained his composure and sneered at Noah. "Yes, you're very strong, but you can't kill me." Saying this, Maxwell raised his hand, and once again, flames and ice and snow rolled up in his hand. Also, my battle strength is not only limited to the human body in the final trial. I still have my own collection. The vortex of flames and ice suddenly danced in the space. Among them, one figure after another began to slowly appear and walk out. They were actually dolls in the shape of young girls. The dolls had transparent pale eyes and platinum hair. They neatly walked out of the flames and ice. They even moved nimbly, unlike dolls. They pulled up the corners of their skirts and bowed to Noah. There was not a trace of life in the eyes of those dolls. However, on their skin, there was a kind of red color that only healthy humans had. These dolls are the results of the third perpetual motion machine's experiments. Maxwell looked as if he was really showing off his own collection. He opened his hand and introduced them to Noah. Unfortunately, they're only test products. But for me, they're still useful. Have a good dance with them. The young girl dolls suddenly raised their heads. Sharp blades suddenly popped out of their bodies. With light steps, they rushed toward Noah. The number of marionettes was even larger than the three-headed dragon's army. They formed an army and rushed toward Noah like a swarm of locusts. Seeing this scene, Noah's frown deepened. He coldly snorted and threw away the weapon in his hand, allowing a wave-like golden ripple to swallow it. Since they're just dolls, there's no need to be merciful. Wave-like golden ripples flashed into space behind Noah. Then, a variety of weapons, such as swords, spears, halberds, and so on, were suspended. They turned into streams of light and covered the army of dolls that was charging toward them like a storm. Bang! There was a muffled explosion. A spear that turned into a beam of light directly shot a doll, causing the doll's pieces to scatter into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled explosions were heard one after another, causing the puppets that were charging forward to explode one by one from the relic after another, causing the puppets to shatter into pieces and fall all over the ground. Not only that, the rain of relics flashed through the air without slowing down. Maxwell's expression changed abruptly as it shot towards him. At the critical moment, Maxwell decisively used a space jump and disappeared on the spot. Bang! One by one, the weapons exploded on the ground, causing scorching flames to burst and spread in all directions. Seeing that Maxwell had turned the situation around again, Noah could not help but be speechless. Chapter 1545. There was no doubt that in terms of strength alone, Noah was stronger than Maxwell by more than one level. However, Maxwell, who had the third perpetual motion machine, was too difficult to deal with. Not only did he have the ability to jump through space and intervene in any battle at any time, he could also leave the battle at any time. His ability was quite superb. Even if he was hit, he could resurrect infinitely and would not die. In this way, even if Noah could firmly suppress Maxwell, he could not do anything to Maxwell. Galgi said that if he wanted to kill Maxwell, there were only three options at present. 1. Start with Maxwell's spirit. Maxwell's immortal body existed because of the third perpetual motion machine spirit, and it could not be defeated, unless a countermeasure was formulated against the third perpetual motion machine. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to defeat this demon. However, how could a countermeasure against the third perpetual motion machine be thought of in a short time? What's more, Maxwell's third perpetual motion machine was spirit, and Noah's treasure vault did not have any weapons against spirit. If the warrior could use it, then there would be no problem, but now that the warrior could not be used, Noah could not use this plan. 2. Start the bestowal game on Maxwell. In the box court, the bestowal game was all the laws and regulations. If Maxwell could be involved in the bestowal game, and then the condition of the loser dies was written into the game, and through the game, Maxwell could be defeated. Under the rules of the box court, even if Maxwell's immortality was 10 times stronger, he could only die. However, Noah did not have the authority of the organizer, and could not start the bestowal game without the opponent's consent. And even if one thought with their knees they could understand that Maxwell would never risk his life and agree to participate in Noah's game. Therefore, this plan could not be used. 3. Eliminate Maxwell and the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine with absolute power. According to Galgi, to do this, one had to have at least 3 digits of power above the box court to attack. For example, another cosmology. Unfortunately, Noah's another cosmology was not an attack type at all. Although it could overcome all the differences in strength when facing the gods and the celestials and seal the 2 most powerful species, when facing other opponents, it could only exert the effect of having the spiritual lattice. Even if the spiritual capacity of Maxwell's third perpetual motion machine was reduced by half, the function of the third perpetual motion machine, which could generate energy out of nothing, would not disappear. If that was the case, Maxwell would still be able to continuously regenerate and recover. It would not help at all. As a result, none of the 3 plans could be used. Apart from the above 3 plans, there was basically no way to defeat the third perpetual motion machine. Of course, just because he couldn't defeat them didn't mean that he couldn't seal them either. Looks like I have no choice but to seal this stalker. After making up his mind, Noah immediately raised his head and looked at the sky. There, Maxwell appeared from the spiraling flames and ice. He stared at Noah with an extremely dark gaze. Damn it, Noah thought that it was too difficult to deal with Maxwell. But how could Maxwell not think that it was too difficult to deal with Noah? Even Az Dakaha, a 3-digit demon king, could not deal with Noah. So what could Maxwell, a 4-digit demon king, do to Noah? At best, Maxwell relied on the spiritual lattice of the third perpetual motion machine to save his life. In the hands of Noah, Maxwell would definitely not be able to get away with it. This fact made Maxwell extremely angry, but it was of no use. After a while, Maxwell took a deep breath and suddenly laughed. I'm really confused. Why am I entangled with you here? This sentence, unsurprisingly, made Noah stunned. Immediately after, Maxwell muttered to himself as if he was talking to himself. Although not being able to deal with a hateful person is indeed unsatisfying, I came here to pick up my beautiful bride. For my Vera, everything else is not important. Hearing this, Noah's eyes narrowed, but his heart was shocked. Could it be that Maxwell was preparing to leave the battle and go straight for Vera? Sure enough, in the next moment, Maxwell seemed to be infatuated as he shouted in an extremely intoxicated manner. That's right. I only have my Vera in my heart. Vera, wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Maxwell's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Don't even think about it. Noah stretched out his hand without hesitation. A wave-like golden ripple appeared in the air. From within, a scroll made of parchment flew out and landed in Noah's hand. It burned and turned into ashes. On the other side, the legions of the community stationed in the vampire castle were fiercely fighting against the 2-headed dragon army formed by Az Dakaha's doppelgangers. However, at a certain moment, in the center of the battlefield, an unimaginable scene suddenly appeared. Summon, Fool's Calamity Fire. Amidst a cute shout, a pale flame suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield, releasing an unimaginable amount of heat. It roasted the atmosphere and turned into a pillar of fire that rushed into the sky. The pale flame pillar rubbed against the air, and even the air was completely evaporated. It directly extended to the curtains of the courtyard. Thus, the scorching firestorm scattered the sea of clouds in the sky. It continued to revolve, incinerating the 2-headed dragons into nothingness. At this moment, on the battlefield, everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the pillar of flame that rushed into the clouds and released a terrifying amount of heat. Their faces were filled with shock. Under such circumstances, Vera stood at the center of the pillar of flame. She raised her small hand high and continuously released surging pale flames. Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Letitia, Pest, and the others who were bravely fighting on the battlefield also looked at the pillar of flame that rose into the clouds and incinerated the 2-headed dragons into nothingness. For a moment, they were shocked. How powerful that! Is that the power of the Northern District's strongest demon? Evidently, no one expected that little girl who appeared harmless and easily aroused one's desire to protect would actually possess this level of power. The pale flames that Vera used were no ordinary flames. That was the karmic fire that was directly summoned from the underworld. Vera was a great demon that could freely travel between the realms of life and death. As for the realms of life and death, they naturally referred to the underworld and the underworld. At this moment, Vera was controlling the power of the realms of life and death. She had connected herself with the underworld and summoned the karmic fire from the underworld. That was a flame that only required a single lamp to burn down an entire street. Vera unleashed her power, causing the underworld's furnace to collapse and the realms of this world to burn the entire battlefield. Seeing the two-headed dragons being incinerated by the pale flames of hell, the people present finally experienced the power of the Northern District's strongest demon. Vera's power was most definitely comparable to that of deities, or even surpassing them. This also meant that Vera was at least a 5-digit or even a 4-digit existence. With such an existence, among the people present, except for the 4-digit Letitia and the Queen's Knight, there was probably no one who could contend against her. However, such an existence could do nothing to Maxwell. Vera, who was continuously summoning the pale flames, suddenly widened her eyes and disappeared from her original position. Almost at the same time, a figure flashed in Vera's original position and pounced on empty air. The pillar of pale flames that shot straight into the sky was suddenly extinguished. Vera appeared from another position and exclaimed in surprise when she saw the figure standing in front of her. "Why are you here?" The person who came was naturally Maxwell. "Vera, my most beloved bride." Maxwell ignored Vera's question and stared at her with a scorching gaze. He spoke as if he was intoxicated. "Come, I'll take you away from here now." "No," Vera rejected without hesitation. Unfortunately, Maxwell did not care about Vera's rejection. With a space leap, he appeared in front of Vera and opened his arms in her direction. "Come with me." Before he could finish his sentence, another voice sounded. "Dream on." A faint light bloomed in front of Vera. Within the faint light, Noah's figure appeared, turned into a bullet, and flew in front of Maxwell. Dash! A fist carrying a strong gust of wind roared towards Maxwell. Maxwell's expression cleared and instantly disappeared from his original position, causing the fist to land on empty air. Looking at Noah in front of Vera, Maxwell's expression became a little twisted. "Are you going to stop me from reuniting with Vera no matter what?" Hearing Maxwell's words, Noah's eyes were cold. "Are you going to get Vera no matter what?" Maxwell answered without hesitation. "Isn't that obvious?" "Is that so?" Noah closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. "Unfortunately, you will never be able to do it." After that, Noah suddenly turned around and hugged Vera. "Huh?" Vera did not react at all. By the time Vera reacted, Noah's face had suddenly enlarged in her eyes. Then, he captured Vera's lips. Chapter 1546. For a moment, Vera didn't understand what was going on at all. She could only stare blankly at the face so close to her, her mind completely blank. It wasn't until her lips were pried open and the tip of her tongue was captured, entangling with another tongue, that Vera finally realized what was going on. As expected, Vera's pretty face turned red. Even her delicate body tensed up and her eyes trembled violently. She subconsciously reached out her hand and pushed against Noah's chest with all her might. However, Noah was like an unshakable iron tower. His body wasn't affected by Vera's push at all. One of his hands hugged Vera's slender waist, while the other caressed Vera's head. Then, following the strands of her hair, he gently stroked Vera's back. That unexpectedly gentle action, as well as the complete opposite of his actions, was extremely domineering as he captured her tongue. The continuous intertwining of his tongue made Vera feel as though an electric current was running from the soles of her feet to her brain, causing her to feel numb. This feeling made Vera's beautiful face redder and redder. Her violently trembling eyes also became moist and moist. Thus, Vera's hand that was pushing Noah's chest gradually weakened. Her delicate body was still trembling slightly, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She was extremely passive as Noah continued to entangle her. The sudden appearance of the pink scene made Maxwell's expression turn sluggish. His eyes seemed to have lost focus and gradually enlarged. He was completely stunned on the spot. Ignoring Maxwell's performance, Noah wantonly tasted the sweet lips and tongue of the girl in his arms. He continued to caress Vera's back while the hand that was hugging Vera's slender waist became tighter and tighter. Vera's beautiful figure was pulled into his embrace. Suddenly, Vera's ample bosom, which he had felt up close before, pressed against Noah's chest. Noah's heart couldn't help but be slightly moved, and he kissed even more passionately. At this moment, it was as though time had stopped in the entire world. Only Noah and Vera were left in this space, hugging and kissing each other. Disregarding Noah, who was concentrating on enjoying the girl's fragrance, Vera was driven by an inconceivable pleasure that she had never felt before. She could only passively accept Noah's invasion. As a result, this kiss lasted for a full 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Noah seemed to be satisfied and released the girl's lips in his arms. Huh. Vera immediately became breathless, as though she had done some intense exercise. She had never experienced something like this before, so Vera's eyes seemed to be unfocused. She panted slightly while gazing at Noah in a daze. She didn't react for a long time. When his eyes met Vera's dazed gaze, Noah felt pity and domineeringly embraced Vera as he declared, "Don't worry, Vera. I will never hand you over to that stalker." His words were like a pledge of eternal love. Vera, who was experiencing a kiss for the first time, felt her heartbeat quicken. She lowered her head with a red face and a shy look. Maxwell absent-mindedly looked at Vera, who was in Noah's embrace and had her head lowered shyly. His body trembled as he walked forward step by step with difficulty. He reached out his hand towards Vera's direction. Vera, seeing Maxwell's appearance as if he had lost his mind, Vera's delicate body tensed up, and she buried her head in Noah's arms as if she was afraid. This performance made Maxwell's footsteps stagnate. His trembling body stiffened, and his unfocused eyes scattered, leaving only the whites of his eyes filled with blood vessels. At this moment, Noah clearly felt it. The atmosphere surrounding Maxwell's body suddenly changed and became lifeless. Bang! With the lifeless Maxwell as the center, a burst of violent flames and ice suddenly exploded, turning into waves of flames and cold currents that spread in all directions. The storm of alternating cold and heat that was continuously released in an extreme manner caused the plasma to flow in all directions in the atmosphere, shattering the realm. The space was like a piece of glass, shattering little by little. Then, two figures slowly appeared in the shattered space, bringing with them a blazing flame and a cold wind. Seeing the two figures, Vera revealed a shocked expression. Not only Vera, but even Noah was a little surprised. There were two monsters with huge wings on their backs. The monsters had skin made of steel. Their appearance did not match any of the creatures in Noah and Vera's memories. Rather than calling them living beings, it was better to call them robots made of inorganic matter. However, on their bodies, the skin made of steel seemed to be pulsing up and down, as if there was blood flowing underneath. It was extremely strange. The two monsters spread their wings, holding a sharp sword and a sharp spear in their hands, and slowly floated out of the shattered space. "That's," Vera said with some uncertainty. "Angels? That's right." At first glance, the figure was simply like an angel descending from heaven. However, the strange appearance and the undulations under the skin made of steel did not have the slightest sense of holiness, but rather an ugly feeling. That feeling made Vera tremble a little. As for Maxwell, who was behind the two steel angels, he was like a broken puppet. His arms and head hung down, and even his upper body hung down. His entire body became wobbly. The incomparably strange atmosphere suddenly became even stranger with Maxwell's death. In the next second, a pure white light bloomed from Maxwell's body like a cocoon, enveloping his whole body and wrapping him in it. At the same time, the two steel angels raised their heads and the weapons in their hands. Noah's heart suddenly felt a sense of danger. At that moment, without any hesitation, Noah turned around and hugged Vera, protecting the completely unresponsive Vera in his arms. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of space trembling, the two steel angels suddenly disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already behind Noah. The two steel angels could also use space jump. The two steel swords swung down from the hands of the steel angels at the same time, causing a sharp sound of breaking through the air, cutting through the atmosphere, and heavily striking Noah's back. Clang! Another neat sound rang out. Amidst the ringing of a bell, the two steel greatswords were bounced back by Noah's body, who possessed the sovereignty of the Leo constellation and the gift of invulnerability. However, at the same time, Noah felt an extremely heavy force from the two steel swords that struck down. That force was not inferior to the full blow of people with extraordinary physical abilities, such as Noah, 16 Knights, and Galgi. If it weren't for the LV6 durability that dissolved this force, the sword protection that weakened the physical attack to a certain extent, the development ability of swordsmen that weakened the attack power of sword-type weapons, and the sovereignty of the Leo constellation that bounced off most of the force, Noah would have been directly smashed away by the heavy blow of the two steel angels. But even so, Noah still couldn't help but groan, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Who? The next moment, Noah hugged Vera, turned around, and kicked out a powerful kick on the chests of the two steel angels. Bang! In the sound of metal bursting, the chests of the two steel angels were heavily smashed by Noah's kick, and they fell apart in midair. However, the two steel angels that fell apart suddenly stopped in midair, turned into a mist, condensed together, and returned to their original state in an instant. What? Noah couldn't help but be surprised. Space jump. Immortal body. These two steel angels actually had the same ability as Maxwell. Chapter 1547. The blurry shadow tore through the obstacles in the air with a faint sound, wiping out the distance of hundreds of meters in less than a second. It shuttled through space and appeared in front of the two steel angels. Who? A fist carrying a vigorous wind blasted out and smashed into the abdomens of the two steel angels. The steel angels obviously didn't have any intelligence and could only rely on their instincts to fight. They only reacted when the fist was about to reach them and raised the weapons in their hands. Clang! The fist carrying a terrifying power immediately landed heavily on the weapons of the two steel angels, causing a crisp sound of metal clashing. A circle of shockwaves shook the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground and spreading out. The two steel angels were directly smashed back by the heavy fist. They flew back like cannonballs due to the friction in the air. A pair of wings flapped wildly, and it wasn't until they retreated for a long distance that they resolved the force and stabilized their bodies. At this moment, two spears pierced through the sky like two bright streamers. They flashed through space and caught up with the two steel angels in an instant, landing on their bodies. Bang! Accompanied by a neat, muffled explosion, the two steel angels were directly smashed into pieces by the two spears. They scattered into a pile of steel fragments and scattered in the air. However, the steel fragments that scattered in the air suddenly stagnated and turned into a mist. They gathered together and transformed into the two steel angels again. Are they really immortal? Noah slowly withdrew his fist, and his eyes flickered. That. Vera stood to the side, seemingly not knowing whether to help or not. It's okay, just stay there obediently. Noah seemed to have seen through Vera's thoughts and said directly, "Leave it to me." But, Vera said hesitantly, "Those angels seem to be like Maxwell. They can't be killed." No, only Maxwell is truly immortal. After all, it's the third perpetual motion machine. It itself symbolizes eternity. If it could be killed so easily, then it wouldn't be the dream crystallization of the entire human future science. Noah narrowed his eyes. But because of this, I don't believe that the third perpetual motion machine can be used on two angel dolls. The immortality of those angels is definitely not as strong as Maxwell's. Is that so? Vera tilted her head. Then, can you get rid of them? No problem, Noah said faintly. Although I need to use some real power. After saying that, Noah closed his eyes and softly chanted, I am a conqueror who can defeat 1,000, 1,000, 10,000, and 10,000. Now, for me who stands on the side of justice, give me divine power. In the depths of Noah's heart, the stone plate that symbolized the authority of the 10 incarnations finally trembled. It suddenly turned and pointed in the direction of the thunder. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, the two steel angels used space jump at the same time and appeared in front of Noah. The steel greatsword in their hands suddenly swung down and slashed at Noah's head. In response, Noah didn't even open his eyes. He only raised one hand. Boom! A burst of violent lightning suddenly appeared around the two steel angels. It turned into a spherical lightning cage and wrapped the two steel angels inside. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the chaotic sound of electric shocks, thick bolts of lightning moved back and forth on the two steel angels' bodies, causing the two steel angels' bodies to tremble violently. Immediately, under the direct attack of the powerful lightning, the steel skin on the two steel angels' bodies was electrolyzed one by one, shattered, and annihilated. In the end, they completely disappeared in the two lightning cages. This time, the fog didn't appear again. The two steel angels disappeared in the violent lightning, as if they didn't exist in the first place. They completely disappeared without a trace. The steel angels weren't ordinary mechanical dolls. With physical strength comparable to Noah, 16 Knights, and Galgi, it meant that the bodies of these angels were at least at the level of gods. Coupled with space jump and regeneration ability, the abilities of the steel angels were estimated to be on par with the first generation of Azi, Dakaha's body. Unfortunately, these two god-level angels were so easily destroyed by Noah's hands. This made Vera couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as Noah said, the third perpetual motion machine's spiritual core was at best owned by Maxwell. It was impossible for some puppet-like steel angels to have it. However, just as Vera was relieved, she suddenly tensed up again in the next second. Wong! In front of her, in the space covered by the pure white light, like a cocoon, there was a trembling sound. In the trembling sound, steel angels holding sharp swords and pointed spears appeared one after another from the space. They flapped the wings on their back and slowly floated out of the light. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen such steel angels. And those dozen steel angels were all at the level of gods. Liar! Vera murmured in disbelief. Even Noah frowned tightly, as if he understood something, and smacked his lips. So that's how it is. Is there a group of gods backing him? Those god-level angels were definitely not something that Maxwell could create. Then, there was no doubt that it was the group of gods controlling the Demon King Alliance behind the scenes to provide combat power to Maxwell. If they allowed Maxwell to continue summoning like this, perhaps Maxwell could really create an entire army of deities. At that time, it was likely that Maxwell's threat would really be able to rival Aziz Dakaha. Realizing this, Noah clenched his fists, and the divine power in the energy source in his body was like a surging current, instantly flowing through his whole body. I will use these words to provoke the gods in heaven. Exercise this magic, chant this incantation, and make everything in the world bow and kneel in the depths of his heart. The stone plate that was originally pointing in the direction of thunder suddenly turned and pointed at Priest. Not knowing if it was because they felt a threat from Noah at this moment, the dozen steel angels suddenly became restless. In the next moment, those steel angels suddenly disappeared in place. Like phantoms, they appeared around Noah without any warning and rushed in from all directions. Sharp steel swords were raised high by the steel angels surrounding Noah. It was believed that in a second, those weapons that could easily split rocks would mercilessly fall on Noah's body. "Be careful," Vera softly called out. However, the person in question, Noah, acted as if he didn't see anything and whispered, "Stop." His understated words, like a spring breeze, turned into an invisible force that fluctuated in all directions. The steel angels that were swept by the invisible force like ripples became sluggish, as if they were entangled by an invisible spider web, and could no longer move in the slightest. Ignoring the steel angels, Noah stretched out a hand and wrote a mysterious rune in the air. Clang! One rune after another flashed in the air, emitting a bright light, and turned into a stream of light that flew toward the unknown source of light like a cocoon. In the blink of an eye, the runes surrounded the unknown source of light like a cocoon, forming the shape of a sphere made of mysterious characters. Noah opened his eyes, and with a paw sound, he put his palms together. Seal! The runes suddenly blossomed with a strong light, turning into a crystal sphere with runes engraved on its surface. It enveloped the unknown source of light and slowly shrunk. Ah! From the unknown source of light, Maxwell's roar resounded. Chapter 1548. Hum 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 hum. The surface of the crystal barrier engraved with mysterious runes was continuously compressed in a spherical shape, causing the unknown light source to tremble violently. Ah! Maxwell's roars continued to resound from the trembling, unknown light source. His voice was filled with intense madness, like a wild beast that was trapped in a cage and was desperately struggling to break free. He kept howling. Hearing the bone-chilling roars, Vera couldn't help but take a small step back. Noah, on the other hand, kept his palms together and muttered to himself sarcastically, "It seems that you have lost your mind. Then stay like this and never wake up." After saying that, Noah extracted the divine power from the divine power source in his body and turned the surging divine power into a golden wave that burst out from his body. Thus, with the support of abundant divine power, the mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the crystalline barrier suddenly flashed with an even more intense radiance. The trembling of the unknown source of light slightly pushed the spherical crystal barrier apart and did its best to compress it. Hum 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 hum. The squeezed, unknown light source trembled even more violently. Ah! Maxwell's crazy roars also became more violent. That sound was like a wild animal that was about to be slaughtered, full of despair and pain. However, as the crystalline barrier engraved with mysterious runes continued to shrink, Maxwell's frenzied roars became weaker and weaker. The tremors of the unknown light source also became fainter and fainter. When the translucent barrier turned into a palm-sized jade, the mysterious runes on its surface also shrunk to the size of a mosquito. Whether it was the trembling of the unknown light source or Maxwell's roar, they all disappeared. Phew! Noah exhaled deeply and stretched out a hand in the direction of the jade. The jade, floating in midair, immediately trembled, as if it was being pulled by an invisible hand. It flew through the air and landed in Noah's hand. The seal is complete. Noah held the precious jade in his hand tightly and smiled. He then lifted his head and looked at the steel angels who were frozen in space by the spirit of words. The smile on his face gradually turned icy cold. Translator's note: Toby is a Chinese idiom. As for you all, there is no need for you to continue existing. The stone plate that was pointing at the priest began to rotate again, pointing back in the direction of the thunder. Beep, beep, beep. Rings of resplendent lightning burst out around the steel angels. Just like before, they turned into ball-shaped lightning cages that enveloped them, causing the violent lightning to crazily scurry around those steel angels. There was no suspense. Under the continuous strikes of the scorching lightning bolts, the steel surface of the angels began to crumble and disintegrate. In the end, they completely disappeared from this space like evaporating air. Seeing Noah instantly dispose of more than a dozen divine-level steel angels and completely seal Maxwell, who had been pestering her for so long, Vera's expression was a little absent-minded. Although she was quite innocent, it did not mean that Vera really did not understand anything. At least, Vera now believed. She believed that Noah definitely had the ability to contend with 3 digits of the Demon King, who was known as the final human trial, Dakaha. Noah did not know if he felt Vera's gaze, but he turned around and looked at Vera. "What's wrong?" Noah raised the precious jade in his hand. "Could it be that you want this?" Upon hearing this, Vera's entire body quivered. Without any hesitation, he shook his head like a rattle drum. Vera wanted to stay as far away from Maxwell as possible. Furthermore, it was the kind that was as far away as possible. Even if Maxwell was now sealed by Noah, it was the same. Noah naturally knew what Vera was thinking, and he could not help but smile meaningfully. "You don't want it, but maybe someone else wants it very much." This sentence made Vera feel a little strange. However, Noah did not explain. He stretched out his empty hand and took out a bag from a sudden golden ripple and put the precious jade in his hand in it. Seeing this, Vera curiously asked, "What is that?" "A small tool," Noah answered. "With this, unless there are special circumstances, this item will not be lost." In the game Yggdrasil, there were skills and tools that could steal items from the player's inventory. Therefore, in the game, there were also anti-theft methods. The bag Noah was using now was one of them. If the item was put in, then no matter how high the level of skills or tools were used, the item would not be stolen. Of course, Noah did not use this bag because he was worried that someone would steal Maxwell's precious jade. The reason why he used this bag was because in the game Yggdrasil, the skills and tools used to steal belong to the teleportation category. It could be used to teleport, and it could be used to retrieve the player's items from a spatial perspective. In other words, it was to use a spatial jump on other people's items to teleport the item into one's hands. Because of this, tools to prevent theft usually had the effect of preventing teleportation. Putting Maxwell's precious jade in the bag was to prevent Maxwell's spatial jump from breaking the rules, and there was a possibility that he could teleport out of the seal. Even if the possibility was very small, Noah wanted to prevent it. Noah threw the bag containing the precious jade into the golden ripples and let it disappear. He then turned around and said to Vera, "All right, let's hurry and help the others deal with Dakaha's doppelganger." "Okay." Vera nodded obediently. Then, the two of them left the scene together. Some distance away from the battlefield where Noah, Vera, and Maxwell were, a few figures were standing on the top of a building. After seeing Noah seal Maxwell with his own eyes and go to deal with the 3-headed demonic dragon's doppelganger with Vera, Galgi's expression was slightly uncertain. In the end, he sighed. "Since Maxwell has been dealt with, we should go." As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted a question. "Is that okay?" Aurora asked doubtfully. "Your Highness wants to deal with Maxwell. Other than wanting to break away from the control of the Demon King Alliance, you should also want to get the 3rd perpetual motion machine soul, right?" After an inconspicuous demon obtained the 3rd perpetual motion machine spirit core, not only did he have the potential to be promoted to a 4-digit number, but he also became an existence that couldn't be defeated. If your Highness can obtain the 3rd perpetual motion machine spirit core, it will definitely be very helpful, right? Gria also said, "Is it okay to leave just like that?" It was not Galgi who answered Aurora and Glea's question, but Ling. "Do you think your Highness doesn't want the 3rd perpetual motion machine soul?" Ling puffed up her cheeks. "It's really too scary to snatch something from that little brother's hands. Indeed, the human strength is very strong, but at best, it's just strength, right?" Aurora said so. "We can think of a way outside of strength, right? The problem is that the other party is definitely not just a brute with strength." Galgi shook his head. "The human is really too unfathomable. Where's the bottom line? We can never see the end. With our current strength, it's definitely unwise to be enemies with him." "I think so too." Ling agreed with Galgi's words. "We've just escaped the tiger's den of the Demon King Alliance. If we provoke another terrifying enemy, we'll be courting death." Aurora and Glea fell silent. Don't think so much. Galgi smiled slightly. We've done what we should do. Next, let's wait and see if Noah Doria can really pass the human's final trial. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 1549. In the end, it was only when night fell that the 3 dragon clones that wreaked havoc in the vampire's castle were completely annihilated. As Noah had already informed Sarah and Shadora about this battle in advance, and had everyone make preparations, there weren't many casualties. To be more precise, there were almost no casualties. However, there were quite a few people from each community that were injured. As a result, when the battle came to an end, many people directly collapsed. Fortunately, as they had already made preparations for a long battle with Az Dakaha, many of the communities that had the conditions had prepared healing blessings. Because of this, the casualties were kept to a minimum and there wouldn't be any losses. Of course, even with this degree of preparation, there were still some people who were seriously injured that couldn't be healed by ordinary healing blessings. In addition, the healing blessings were limited and there were many people who were injured. Naturally, the supply of healing blessings couldn't meet the demand. Not to mention the others, even Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Sarah, Shadora, and the other young girls were injured to some extent. After returning to the throne hall, all of them were lying down on the ground. With no other choice, Noah could only personally take action. Clang! In the throne hall, a burst of resplendent golden light surged out like a tide and covered the entire space. Ugh! Enveloped by the resplendent golden light, Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Sarah, Shadora, and the other young girls all let out muffled cries of pain and happiness. The injuries on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the center of the resplendent golden light, Noah raised his luxurious and gorgeous scabbard high up. Beside him stood Letitia and Pest. These 2 young girls were one of the few people who weren't injured after the battle ended. That was to be expected. Although they were facing Az Dakaha's army of clones, and there was no lack of god-level existences among them, Letitia and Pest were no ordinary people. Letitia was one of the few people in the castle of vampires with 4-digit strength. Even if it wasn't easy for her to deal with a group of Aziz Dakaha's clones, it was still difficult for her to sustain any serious injuries. As for Pest, she was a true god. Although she was not the strongest species, as a deity, Pest possessed an extremely powerful life force. It was as if she possessed an undying body. Therefore, even though the 2 girls were facing so many 3-headed dragon avatars, they were still able to remain in perfect condition and did not suffer any injuries. Jack also had an immortal body. Therefore, Jack did not suffer any injuries. Since Ai Xia had been riding on Jack's back the whole time, she didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, she was exhausted after a whole day of continuous fighting. She returned to her base and rested. Of course, Vera and Jack went back with them. Thus, among everyone present, except for 3 people, the rest were all members of No Name. The first 2 were naturally Sarah and Shadora. The last person was just like Letitia. She was one of the few queen knights in the castle of vampires who possessed a 4-digit level of power. At this moment, the queen knight was staring at the scabbard in Noah's hand that was emitting a resplendent golden light and displaying a powerful healing ability. Beneath the mask, her pretty face seemed to have become more or less serious. Unaware of the queen knight's reaction, Noah continued to raise his scabbard. The golden light from the scabbard enveloped the group of girls and healed their injuries. It didn't take long for Black Rabbit, Fein Yao, Yao, Sarah, and Shadora to fully recover from their injuries. Sarah was very surprised by this. Amazing. He actually healed so many people's injuries in such a short period of time. This is the first time I've encountered a blessing with such a powerful healing ability. Mr. Noah's scabbard is indeed very amazing. Shadora nodded repeatedly. Back then, after the Demon King Alliance attacked the city of glowing flames, it was also Mr. Noah who used this scabbard to heal all the participants who were seriously injured. If it wasn't for Mr. Noah, there might have been many casualties. I've also used healing blessings that I could carry around with me, but the effects weren't that great. After being bestowed with a simulated divine spark, the healing effects of those blessings were quite good, Flying Bird said emotionally. But, as expected, a cheap blessing that only bestowed with a simulated divine spark is simply unable to match a true divine spark's blessing. I don't think it's a big deal. Yao stroked her slender arm, and her usually expressionless face relaxed a little. It's fine as long as it doesn't hurt. Yes, Black Rabbit said energetically. I remember there's a saying that no matter if it's a white rabbit or a black rabbit, as long as it has rabbit ears, it's a good rabbit. It's the same principle. Something doesn't seem right, does it? Pest retorted in an extremely calm manner. Why do I seem to remember that no matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat? I know of a saying as well. Letitia sighed. If you're serious, you'll lose. Looking at the group of young ladies who had recovered from their injuries, chatting happily, Noah couldn't help but chuckle. The clones that Maxwell had summoned were more or less all of the clones on the ground. Even if there were a few that were missed, there wouldn't be many left. In this battle, not only did they get rid of a demon king with a 4-digit number of clones, they also got rid of so many clones of the 3-headed demonic dragon. In terms of results, it could be considered a complete victory for them. This result allowed the group of girls, who had been tense due to the enormous pressure that Az Dakaha had brought upon them, to finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. In addition, Noah's return allowed them to finally have a chance of winning against Az Dakaha. It was understandable that everyone was in such a good mood that they were able to relax to such an extent. Thinking up to this point, Noah didn't disturb the group of girls from relaxing. He stood quietly to the side and looked at everyone present with a smile. Suddenly, the pure white Queen Knight walked towards Noah's direction and stopped in front of Noah. The Queen Knight's gaze was fixed on the scabbard in Noah's hand and said to Noah, "Excuse me, can I have a look at this scabbard?" His words attracted the attention of everyone present. Noah didn't seem to think that the Queen Knight, who he had never talked to before and had only seen a few times, would suddenly make such a request. After being startled for a moment, he didn't refuse. "That's not a problem. But is there anything strange about my scabbard?" For ordinary people, the gift of a divine persona was indeed a mythical existence. However, for the Queen of Halloween's favorite, who was an exceptional existence even among the 3-digit numbers, who could be compared to the White Yiksha, it didn't seem to be the reason for the other party to have such a sudden reaction. "No, there's nothing strange about your scabbard." The Queen Knight shook her head. "It's just that there are some things that I want to confirm." "Some things that you want to confirm?" Noah's heart moved, and he remembered the Queen Knight's origin, and he handed over the scabbard in his hand with some understanding. "Please do as you wish." "Thank you very much." The Queen Knight nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She reached out and took the scabbard in Noah's hand. After gently stroking it, she confirmed some things. "Sure enough, this scabbard is a Celtic mythical object?" "Yes." Noah didn't hide the slightest, and he also explained why the Queen Knight was interested in the scabbard. "It is said that the Queen of Halloween seems to be one of the central figures of the Celtic gods, right?" "The Queen is indeed one of the Celtic gods in name. In fact, among the people who are directly under the Queen, many of them are knights of the Celtic gods." The Queen's Knight returned the scabbard in her hand to Noah and looked straight at him. "If I'm not wrong, this scabbard should have some relationship with King Arthur, right?" Noah smiled slightly and took the scabbard, as expected of the Queen of Halloween's favorite. With Noah's affirmation, the Queen Knight just looked at him and suddenly said such a sentence. "Sir Noah, can we talk?" Chapter 1550. "Your Excellency Noah, can we have a talk?" When this sentence came out of the Queen Knight's mouth, not only Noah, but even Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, Yao, Letitia, Pest, Sarah, Sandora, and the other girls were stunned on the spot, looking at each other. It was no wonder that everyone had such a reaction. They really did not expect this Queen Knight to suddenly talk to Noah. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, Noah's return to this world had only happened yesterday. Up until today, only 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, after learning that Noah was the hero who had forced Az Dakaha, the final human trial, into a desperate situation, many community leaders in Vampire's castle had actually come to talk to Noah. There were only 3 purposes for doing so. 1. To confirm whether Noah really had the power to match a demon king in the 3 digits, or whether it was just an empty title. 2. To build a good relationship with Noah, a super powerhouse who could compete with a demon king in the 3 digits. 3. If there was a chance to poach Noah from No Name and let Noah join their community. For this reason, in these 2 days, Noah not only accepted the sun's sovereignty transferred by White Yiksha, but also fought with the legendary half-star spirit, Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and got rid of Maxwell. Now, Noah had also met with many of the leaders of the various communities who were gathered in the vampire castle and discussed many things with them. Even the leader of Wisp, Vera, the strongest demon in the North District, found Noah in an attempt to seek Noah's protection. Not to mention the other communities, all of them scrambled to build a good relationship with Noah and even try to poach him. In the end, even the people from Salamandra and Dragonhorn Griffin Lion went to look for Noah, as if they wanted to find out if Noah had any intention of jumping ship. In the end, in the entire vampire's castle, only 2 communities did not come to find Noah. One of them was Thousand Eyes. The reason why Thousand Eyes did not come to find Noah was not because Noah did not have a way to attract their attention, but because White Yiksha was currently restricted to the sealed land and could not leave. Thousand Eyes naturally had to place their attention there. The other one was the Queen's Knight, who was directly under the Queen of Halloween. For 2 whole days, not only did this female knight not have any intention of having a proper conversation with Noah, she didn't even try to get close to him. Instead, she continued to dutifully carry out the mission assigned to her by the hierarchy overlords, which was to hunt down the Abyssal Dragon's avatar. Now, this knight who had been silently carrying out his mission suddenly found Noah and directly mentioned that he wanted to talk to Noah. Everyone was a little surprised, but that was to be expected. Thus, even Pest couldn't help herself from muttering those words. I thought that someone like the Halloween Queen who occupies the top position in the box court wouldn't be interested in that guy. Before Chu Feng could finish saying those words, Pest started to tremble violently. Because at the side, Letitia was staring at Pest with emotionless eyes, causing Pest's heart to tremble in fear. In fact, Pest was not the only one who thought so. Including Black Rabbit, Flying Bird, and Yao, the rest of the people thought so. Among the 3 digits, the Halloween Queen was an exception. Although she belonged to the 3 digits, in terms of strength, the Halloween Queen had long surpassed the 3 digits and was enough to be promoted to the 2 digits. Otherwise, how could she be a match for White Yiksha? Not to mention, the Halloween Queen was one of the central figures of the Celtic gods. It was not as if there were no 3 digits under her command. Because of this, everyone guessed that the Queen's Knight did not look for Noah, because Noah's strength was not enough for the Halloween Queen's direct subordinates to personally poach him. Only Noah knew. Although the Queen's Knight before him had not come to look for him in the past 2 days, she had actually been secretly observing Noah all this time. At this moment, the Queen's Knight suddenly mentioned that she wanted to talk. Noah immediately looked deeply at her. Faced with Noah's gaze, the Queen's Knight did not avoid his gaze. Instead, she looked back at him with a sincere gaze. That neither servile nor overbearing, noble and unquestionable integrity caused Noah to involuntarily think of Artoria. His expression eased slightly. Thus Noah spoke. "Do you want to talk here?" "No." The Queen's Knight shook her head without any hesitation. "If possible, I wish to talk to you alone." "Alone?" Everyone frowned. "Why do you want to talk alone?" Letitia objected. "What matter can't be discussed here?" The Queen's Knight muttered to herself for a moment before saying, "This matter is indeed not suitable to be mentioned in a place with too many people, because this is a direct order from the Queen." The Queen? Everyone could not help but be taken aback. Noah, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He seemed to have understood something. Then, the Queen's Knight said to Noah, "Please don't worry. I'm just asking Your Excellency a few questions on behalf of the Queen." Everyone present immediately shut their mouths. It seemed that the title of Halloween Queen had successfully intimidated everyone. "I understand." Noah met the Queen's Knight's gaze and nodded. "Then let's go outside and talk." The Queen's Knight naturally had no objection. At that moment, Noah and the Queen's Knight walked out of the door together. Seeing Noah and the Queen's Knight gradually disappear into the distance, Flying Bird spoke with some uneasiness. "Don't tell me that even the Queen of Halloween is here to poach him." "No, it can't be, right?" Black Rabbit's heart immediately became uneasy. There's no reason for a community with more than 3 digits to deliberately poach someone from the lowest level of no name just for Mr. Noah, right? After all, even if they were really tempted, a community with more than 3 digits running to poach a community with more than 7 digits, and a member of no name without a flag and a title, it would not be very good if word got out. But Yao could not help but say this. What if it's really a community with more than 3 digits? Even if the Queen of Halloween really intends to poach him, do you think the Master will agree? Letitia's words woke everyone up. If the Master wanted to leave no name, he could have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until he was poached, and even more so, he would not have joined no name in the first place. That's right. Shadora quickly nodded. I also don't think Mr. Noah will be poached so easily. However, it is a fact that many outstanding communities are eyeing that Mr. Sarah spread out her hands. If it weren't for the fact that I am not confident, I would want to poach him. Hearing this, Flying Bird, Yao, and Letitia all said in unison, "Don't even think about it." Yes, Mr. Noah will not abandon no name. Black Rabbit also clenched his fists and said in a very imposing manner. Then his rabbit ears drooped, and he said in a somewhat unconfident manner, But, shouldn't I go and discuss with young Master Rin and increase Mr. Noah's benefits?" With that said, the 2 long rabbit ears of the Black Rabbit were grabbed by Fei Niao and Yao respectively, pulling them up with all their might. "What kind of depressing words are you saying? You're an idiot rabbit. I'm already very nervous, and you're still adding insult to injury." I'm sorry." Black Rabbit covered his rabbit ears and let out a miserable cry. Letitia and Pest looked at each other, and then looked at Noah and the Queen Paladin who were talking outside the door. They fell silent. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Seth Reese." The Queen Paladin, who called herself Seth, turned around and went straight to the point without any concealment. "I know this is very presumptuous, but Mr. Noah, can you please tell me if the White Knight King has really transferred all the sovereignty of the sun to you?" Chapter 1551. As soon as she opened her mouth, the Queen Knight, who called herself Fei Si, directly asked such a sudden and shocking question. However, Noah was not surprised at all as he spoke with a normal expression. "You just said that you have a pardon issued by the Queen of Halloween. That is to say, this question, can I take it that the Queen asked you to ask me?" "Your Excellency is right." Fei Si nodded thoughtfully. "This is indeed the question that the Queen asked me to ask." Speaking of this, Fei Si thought for a moment and then shook her head. "No, that's not right either. The Queen only asked me to confirm if Lord White Yiksha had really transferred the sovereignty of the sun to you. She didn't ask me to directly ask Your Excellency. Directly asking Your Excellency was just a method of confirmation." Noah did not expect Fei Si to answer like this, and was a little surprised. As for what Fei Si wanted to talk to him about, Noah had already guessed it. Because, as mentioned earlier, the Queen of Halloween was the center of the Celtic gods. His existence could almost represent the entire group of gods in the Celtic Empire. Now, many of the gods in the upper echelons were coveting the sovereignty of the sun in White Yiksha's hands. They were trying to gather more than half of the sovereignty of the sun and create a new box court. In this way, the Celtic gods naturally became one of the existences that coveted the sovereignty of the sun. The great sage, Heaven's equal, had said, "In the upper echelons, not everyone was in favor of abandoning the current box court and gathering the sovereignty of the sun to create a new box court. Therefore, whether or not the Queen of Halloween agreed to this proposal, Noah could not say. However, even if this issue was abandoned, it was impossible for the Queen of Halloween not to pay attention to Noah. In the box court, the sovereignty of the sun, which had the most important position, was divided into a total of 24. As the sovereign of the sun, even the 3 strongest species and the many god groups in the heaven realm had the idea of fighting for it. In the past, when the ownership of the sun had not been decided, how could there not be a bloody battle between the various god groups and the strongest species? However, in the box court, although having power was a very important part, having power did not mean that one could do whatever one wanted in the box court. This was because in the box court, what decided everything was not power, but the game of gifts. In view of this, in the past, in order to determine the ownership of the 24 suns, Hecate had once held a game of bestowment that was open to the entire world. The name of the bestowment game was Solar Sovereignty War. At that time, he stood out and challenged the trial of the sun's sovereignty as White Knight Star Spirit. He repeatedly participated in countless games, defeated the sun god of each god group, and obtained more than half of the 24 sun sovereigns. He was White Yiksha. At that time, Queen Halloween also participated in the Solar Sovereignty War and competed with White Yiksha many times. Although she lost to White Yiksha in the end, she also obtained 6 Solar Sovereignty War and became in existence second only to White Yiksha in the gift game. It was from then on that White Yiksha and the Queen of All Saints fought each other as opponents, burying a grudge and becoming enemies that lasted for thousands of years. Under such circumstances, White Yiksha actually transferred all the solar sovereignty that he had competed for at that time to Noah. As White Yiksha's opponent and enemy, how could Queen Halloween not be curious about Noah? Therefore, after receiving this news, Queen Halloween was very likely to get in touch with Fae C immediately and let Fae C confirm the accuracy of this news. In addition, the Solar Sovereignty War was an extremely important existence. As a person who held 6 of the Solar Sovereignty War, it was impossible for her not to understand this point. Whether it was public or private, she would have contact with Noah. Noah expected this. However, Noah did not expect that Fae C would actually ask directly to confirm whether he had more than half of the Solar Sovereignty War in his hands. Noah thought that this was Queen Halloween's idea. In surprise, Noah asked bluntly, "Do you believe that I won't lie to you?" Direct question. This method of confirmation, no matter from which angle, was the most unwise. After all, no one could be sure that Noah would obediently answer, or simply muddle through, or even spread false information, right? It was impossible for Fae C not to understand this. However, in this regard, Fae C just gently shook her head. "I thought so at first, but according to my observations over the past 2 days, you're not the kind of person who would play tricks." "Oh," Noah raised an eyebrow. "Do you mean I don't know how to use my brain?" "On the contrary, you not only have great power, but you are also a wise man." Fae C looked directly at Noah. "So, I don't think you would tell a lie that is not only not believable, but also very easy to be exposed." Noah narrowed his eyes when he felt Fae C's gaze on him. In the end, he just shrugged his shoulders and left. As expected of Halloween Queen's favorite, "Although your way of doing things is not as cautious as I thought, your actions are upright and honest. I don't know whether to criticize or praise you." Saying this, Noah also answered Fae C's question. "You are right. White Yiksha did indeed transfer all of the Solar Sovereignty War to me." "Is that so?" Fae C pondered for a while, then said softly, "In other words, you do have more than half of the Solar Sovereignty War, right? More than half of the Solar Sovereignty War." Noah looked at Fae C meaningfully and then smiled. "That's not right. I don't only have 14 Solar Sovereignty War, but 16. 16? Fae C was stunned. "Since you are Halloween Queen's favorite, you should have heard of it, right?" Noah said. "In the past, in No Name, before its flag and title were taken away, the divine beast called Sun Lion used to have a Solar Sovereignty War. Moreover, When Az-Dakaha was sealed, the Great Alliance of Hierarchy at that time also used a solar sovereignty war as part of the seal. Hearing this, Phase C understood. In other words, now the solar sovereignty war also belongs to you, right? That's right, Noah admitted without hesitation. The smile on his face became more intense. Then, after knowing this, what does Halloween Queen's favorite intend to do? The Queen's knight, named Fei C, went silent. Noah ignored Fei C's silence and looked at her, quietly waiting for Fei C's answer. After a while, Fei C sighed. If, on behalf of the Queen, I want to use something of equivalent value to exchange for the solar sovereignty war from you, would you agree? Exchange for the solar sovereignty war. Noah could not help but laugh. You really dare to say that, even if it's an exception among the 3 digits, the Queen only has 6 solar sovereignty war. Is there anything else that can be used to exchange for 16 solar sovereignty war? It's not that there isn't anything, Fei C said sternly. For example, if you are willing to transfer the solar sovereignty war to us, we can guarantee that no name will rise to 4 digits and take back the glory of being the strongest community in the East District. The unexpected bargaining chip made the smile on Noah's face slowly freeze. Guarantee that a community would rise to 4 digits? Moreover, it was a no name that had no flag, no name, and was at the bottom of the 7 digits. If this sentence was said by someone else, Noah would have already mocked them. However, when it came from a favorite of the Queen of Halloween, it couldn't be more convincing. If they could obtain the help of the Queen of Halloween, who was an exception among the 3 digits, then even if no name rose to 4 digits, it would not be impossible for them to regain the glory of being the strongest community in the East District. It was because he understood this that Noah was speechless. He did not expect Fei C to use this trick. This was indeed out of Noah's expectations. After all, Noah could care less about anything, but he cared most about his companions. Fei C had hit Noah's soft spot. Chapter 1552. For Noah, Sun's sovereignty was at best something that could strengthen himself and make him stronger. Apart from that, the purpose of Sun's sovereignty was to summon star beasts and let them fight for him. One had to know that the existence of a star beast had at least a 4-digit level of combat power, and was even comparable to the 3 strongest species of Boxting. With such a helper, it was simply unimaginable. Although Noah would not be able to summon the star beasts of this world, even if he used Sun's sovereignty after leaving this world, the strengthening effects and various abilities of Sun's sovereignty were still quite good. However, for the world of Boxting, the importance of Sun's sovereignty was not only reflected in terms of power. No matter which world it was, the existence of the sun was necessary. Without the sun, life would not be able to survive. It was precisely because of this that if the gods of the heavens wanted to create a new Boxting, they had to have more than half of Sun's sovereignty. Otherwise, without Sun's sovereignty, there would be no way for sunlight to appear in the new world, and life would not be able to continue to survive. That was not all. The existence of the sun was even deeply related to the laws of the heavens. If the new Boxting did not have the grace of the sun, it would definitely cause the entire laws of the heavens to collapse, which would affect the world itself. In the end, the universe of the various myths would be completely messed up because of this, causing the gods to go extinct one by one. That was not impossible. Therefore, to create a new Boxting, Sun's sovereignty was absolutely necessary. Apart from that, Sun's sovereignty also had various other uses. For example, Galgi needed the sovereignty of the sun to perfect his spirituality and become the supreme savior of the world. For example, the gods of various god groups could use Sun's sovereignty to create all kinds of divine beasts and star beasts that had a deep relationship with the sun to increase their strength. For example, individuals or even groups of people who had comprehended the power of the sun might be able to have more experience and understanding of the power of the sun by using Sun's sovereignty. From there, they would be able to sublimate into a god like the son of the sun, or even the god of the sun. For example, if one obtained Sun's sovereignty, They could even change the nature of the existing sun and obtain all kinds of miracles. All in all, sun sovereignty had a wide range of uses. Even for those who had 2 or 3 digits, it was a treasure trove. It was even an inexhaustible treasure trove. Because of this, Noah was able to ask Athena and asked her to start from the nature of sun sovereignty and develop another way to use sun sovereignty. From this, it could be seen how important the sovereignty of the sun was. It was not without reason that everyone was pursuing it. However, no matter how important it was, in Noah's eyes, the sovereignty of the sun could not be compared to the importance of his companions. If the sun sovereignty could allow Noah's companions to live a peaceful and happy life without any worries, Noah would be willing to give away all 24 sun sovereignty, let alone the 16 sun sovereignty that he had. It was unknown if Fei Si had seen through Noah's regard for his companions. That was why she proposed to raise No Name's value to 4 digits in exchange for the sovereignty of the sun. This made it impossible for Noah to object in the first place. However, Noah was not a fool. He would not be blinded just because he was moved. Thus, Noah took a deep breath and calmly asked such a question. I heard that the upper echelons of the Hakadah are ready to abandon the lower realm and go to build a new Hakadah, right? Fei Si's breath stopped slightly. Under such circumstances, Noah continued. I've also heard that only the Azura gods and Buddhas of the upper echelons can move to the new box court. The rest will be abandoned by the various groups of gods and will be buried with Az-Dakaha. I wonder if that's true? Fei Si fell into an indescribable silence. Looking at the silent Fei Si, Noah said sarcastically, if I give the sovereignty of the sun to Queen of All Hallows, can Queen of All Hallows make the decision and be responsible for destroying Az-Dakaha and protect the entire Hakadah? That's impossible. Fei Si closed her eyes. Even the queen would not be able to destroy absolute evil. Az-Dakaha has the property that only humans can kill him. Moreover, Az-Dakaha also has the another cosmology, which has the power to kill gods. Noah exposed Fei Si's thoughts in one breath. No matter how many gods come from the heavenly realm, they will only make Az-Dakaha stronger. Once he is killed, even his existence will be erased. He will not be able to revive even if he wants to, which is equivalent to completely disappearing. The upper echelons of the gods would not take such a big risk to deal with an opponent that cannot be killed, right? Fei Si was speechless. In fact, it was also because of this reason that many gods in the heavenly realm were prepared to abandon the Hakadah after Az-Dakaha broke out of the seal. Of course, this was not all. The War God Council, led by Sakura, was an existence that considered the living beings of the lower realm. Among the rest of the gods, there were more or less people who were unwilling to abandon the Hakadah. However, since the decision to abandon Hakadah had been made, it meant that this group of people was only a minority. I only have one question for you. Noah stared at Fei Si. Did the Queen of Halloween agree to abandon the Hakadah? The Queen did not agree, but she did not object either. She's a neutral party. Fei Si answered honestly. Whether she continues to live in the old Hakadah or moves to the new Hakadah, to the Queen, there is no difference. In other words, even if you can't say that she is not going to help, the Queen still intends to be a bystander, right? Noah sighed. Then, I'm sorry, but I will not hand over the sovereignty of the sun. Is this okay? Fei Si couldn't help but ask. If you use the sovereignty of the sun as an exchange, I believe that with the Queen's ability, it is not impossible for her to obtain the opportunity to move to the new Hakadah for everyone. But it's only non-aim, right? Noah said faintly. Even the Queen has no way to obtain the right to live in the new Hakadah for everyone in the Hakadah, right? Yes. Fei Si first lowered her head, then said, I didn't expect that Sir Noah would go to this extent for the people in the Hakadah who you don't know. No, I don't have the sentiments of savior. Noah curled his lips and smiled. However, if I were to abandon the people I could have saved and flee for my life, how would I be any different from those gods? After saying that, Noah turned his head and looked at his companions in the throne room. Moreover, if I make such a decision, I believe that not only will my companions not be happy about it, they will also scold me. I will also completely fail to live up to White Yiksha's expectations. That is not something I want to do. I understand. Facey finally nodded and looked at Noah. In that case, I will not mention this matter to Your Excellency Noah again. However, Your Excellency Noah, please be careful. The gods at the top will not compromise because of this. They will definitely come to you. I know. Noah glanced at Facey. Including the Celtic gods, right? Yes. Facey nodded indifferently. After all, although the queen has a lot of say in the Celtic gods, she is not an existence that can decide the fate of the gods alone. I believe that there are also many people who want to move to the new Hecata, right? Also, Sir Noah, you just said that even if the queen does not intend to leave people in the lurch, she intends to look on coldly from the sidelines. That statement is wrong. Facey looked up and stared at Noah. Indeed, the queen is not like Lord White Yiksha, who cares and cares for the people of the lower realms, but she is not someone who will retreat in the face of a strong enemy. Otherwise, I would not be here. After saying that, Facey turned around and walked towards the throne hall. Looking at Facey, who was walking away, Noah laughed bitterly. That's true. Chapter 1553. The girls in the throne room did not know that Noah and Facey were discussing the future of Hecata, something that would decide the fate of everyone in the lower levels of Hecata. They could only see Noah and Facey standing outside the door, discussing something. Then, not long after, the conversation ended. After parting ways with Noah, Facey walked into the throne room and bowed to the girls. Well then, I'll go rest. What's wrong? Sarah stepped forward. Have you finished what you wanted to talk about? Yes. Facey looked at Sarah and said, if there are any new missions, let me know. I understand. Sarah nodded solemnly. Sorry for troubling you. It's nothing. After all, we're all comrades in the same camp. Facey looked at everyone in the room. Then I'll take my leave. Sorry. Everyone nodded, including Facey. She turned around and walked towards the living quarters of the minister's throne hall. After sending Facey off, the girls welcomed Noah's return. Master. Letitia turned her gaze to Noah, who was also walking in from the door. She waited until Noah was in front of her before she asked, Is everything okay? The girls all looked at Noah, as if they were interested in the conversation between Noah and Facey. Not only that, but Black Rabbit, Fei Yao, and the others also seemed to be a little uneasy. Noah, who saw through the girls' thoughts, laughed out loud. Don't worry. The Queen Knight is not here to poach me to join the Halloween Queen's camp. Is that so? Yao tilted her head and asked bluntly. Then why is she looking for you? Miss Yao. Black Rabbit quickly pulled Yao's hand. Isn't it a little inappropriate to ask like this? Yes, Hakatsuki-san, Fei Yao reminded her. No matter what, they don't want us to hear the content of their conversation. It's not very polite for you to ask directly. What does it matter? Pest crossed her arms and glanced at Noah. If it's not something shameful, it shouldn't be a problem to say it, right? Shadora opened her mouth. That doesn't sound too good either. It doesn't matter. Pest's words aren't completely wrong, Noah shrugged. However, although it can't be said to be shameful, it's not a pleasant topic either. It won't do you any good to hear it. I don't even know if I should tell you. He was being targeted by many god groups in the upper echelons of the box court, and conflicts could occur at any time, entering a state of all-out war. If Noah were to say such words, it would probably scare everyone present to death. After all, that would mean that Noah would have to become enemies with millions or even tens of millions of gods. Among them, there are those extremely terrifying gods with double digits and triple digits, as well as many existences like the three most powerful species. To everyone present, whose highest level was only in the 4 digits, this was really something that was enough to scare them out of their wits. Moreover, among the group of girls present, there were not only his own people, but also Sarah and Shadora. If possible, Noah did not want to involve unrelated outsiders to face the threat of many god groups in the heaven realm. It was enough for Noah to bear that kind of threat alone. It was not that Noah was treating himself as an outsider, but even if he were to say it, it would only increase the uneasiness and worry of the group of girls. There was no other use. Similarly, Noah was not trying to be brave and planned to bear all the burden. If he couldn't do it himself, Noah wouldn't mind borrowing the strength of others. However, it was not that Noah did not have any means to deal with it. To let Noah face the many gods of the upper level alone, he definitely did not know how to write the word death. Noah's current strength was at most a triple-digit level in the heaven realm. And among the many god groups that he was about to face, not to mention triple digits, even double digits might appear. Under such circumstances, Noah, who was only in the 3 digits, against so many terrifying existences, wanting to win was simply wishful thinking. The great sage, heaven's equal, was a good example. As the leader of the great sage of 7 heavens, who had once clashed with the entire heaven realm and fought against the most god groups in history, although the great sage, heaven's equal, had turned the entire heaven realm upside down, in the end he was suppressed by Shakyamuni, who was in the 2 digits. Compared to the great sage, heaven's equal, Noah did not have so many people around him, and every one of them was the brother and sister of a famous demon king. Furthermore, he was the enemy of the entire upper level of the heaven realm, which was more than the number of god groups that the great sage, heaven's equal, had. In the end, the result would definitely not be good. However, Noah also had a trump card that the great sage, heaven's equal, did not. With it, Noah's chances of winning against the many god groups in the heaven realm, even if he was alone, was not 0. Of course, Noah's chances of winning were not 100%. For this, Noah felt that it was necessary for him to further improve his strength. Thinking of this, Noah felt a little anxious. At that moment, Noah said to the group of girls present, "No matter what it is, you will know in the future. Today has been a tiring day. It's time to rest." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and finally, they nodded helplessly. The night was like a black curtain enveloping the entire vampire castle that was suspended in midair. The faint, cool moonlight penetrated the clouds and poured down, shining into the silent castle and the quiet throne hall. Finally, through a window in the throne hall, the moonlight shone into a room, bathing Noah, who had just come in from outside, in the moonlight. After entering his room, Noah sat on the bed and closed his eyes slightly. His mind did not turn to the cosmic sea in the depths of his heart, but sank into a dark hole. Buzz! Within the dark void, an extremely vast amount of energy was constantly circulating. It was like an endless sea with no end in sight. In the surroundings of the dark void, strands of brand new energy surged in from all directions like streams of water. They poured into the void like air currents, causing the endless sea of energy to continuously accumulate. That dark hole was naturally Noah's energy source. Ever since this snake of the infinite dragon god Orpheus was used as a base to create such an energy source that could accommodate endless energy, the energy inside had been absorbing the energy automatically recovered from Noah's body, entering a state of endless growth. At this point, the energy stored in this energy source was almost impossible to use up. The God-Slayer was known to have a curse power that was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more than the average famous magician and conjurer. The curse power stored in Noah's energy source was probably hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of times more than the God-Slayer. How could this level of energy be used up? Even if it was compared to the black mud from the Black Holy Grail, which was known to have unlimited magic power, if all the energy in the energy source were to be converted into magic power, then it would be millions or even tens of millions of times more, right? However, this energy was only inexhaustible. It was not truly limitless. Now, in Noah's hands, he held a card that could make this energy truly infinite. Feeling the abundant energy in the energy source in his body, Noah opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a bag immediately appeared. Reaching into the bag, Noah took out a piece of precious jade. It was a piece of precious jade that was the size of a palm, and its surface was engraved with mysterious runes that exuded radiance. In this piece of precious jade was sealed the spiritual core of the third perpetual motion machine. Looking at the precious jade in his hand, Noah muttered to himself, "If I can get this spiritual core of the third perpetual motion machine, then my energy will become truly infinite, and even my physical strength and mental strength can become an infinite perpetual motion machine." Right? That's right. Noah was thinking about the third perpetual motion machine. Chapter 1554. The Demon King, named Maxwell, was actually just a paradox demon that was denied by science. As mentioned earlier, demons like this were actually very weak. Even if they were attacked by ordinary physical means, they could be torn apart like paper tigers, let alone becoming a four-digit existence. It would be difficult for such a demon to become a demon king who abused the organizer's authority. In the end, not only did such a Maxwell successfully become a demon king, but he also became a four-digit existence. In the end, though it was partly due to the fact that he was a demon that mastered thermodynamics and could freely control the power of the realms of cold and warmth, as well as perform spatial leaps at will, it was still the third perpetual motion machine that gave Maxwell such power and status. It was because of this spiritual core that Maxwell became an almost undefeatable existence. Not only that, the reason why Maxwell could control the realm of cold and warmth to the level of space jump was also largely due to the third perpetual motion machine's ability to generate energy out of nothing, which allowed him to use the power of heat and cold to expand a lot. Without the spiritual core of the third perpetual motion machine, let alone a four-digit number, Maxwell did not even know if he could squeeze into a five-digit number. Such a spiritual core could have such potential when used by a demon who was like a paper tiger. If it was used by Noah, it would be helpful, right? Although Noah was not like Maxwell, who did not have a body and could rely on the third perpetual motion machine's ability to generate energy out of nothing to resurrect infinitely. If he could obtain the spiritual core of the third perpetual motion machine, then at least Noah's magic power, divine might energy, and even physical strength and mental strength might reach infinite. In that case, it would be of great help to Noah. After all, regardless of the fact that magic power, and divine might were inexhaustible and could be considered semi-infinite energy, and regardless of the fact that physical strength had never been a factor that troubled Noah, just the fact that his mental strength could be infinite was already a great help to Noah. Firstly, Noah would be able to use spells that originated from his ability points without any restrictions. He would no longer have to worry about fainting due to the exhaustion of his spirit. It was even possible that the spells themselves could be strengthened. Secondly, the limitless power of the spirit would cause Noah's mental burden to be equally limitless. Even if he did not use the dragon sun's sovereignty to strengthen himself, he could still bear the burden of using his avatars at the same time. Moreover, it wasn't just the mental burden of using two avatars at the same time. Even if it was the mental burden of using all 10 avatars at the same time, it was possible to bear it completely. Then, Noah only needed to keep fighting, gain experience, and increase his ability value. He also needed to solve the problem of the burden on his body and increase the number of avatars he could use at the same time. Then, why would he worry about not being able to become stronger? However, it was not so easy to obtain the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine. Staring at the jade in his hand, Noah narrowed his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he extracted some energy from the energy source in his body and poured it into the jade through his fingers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the jade in Noah's hand trembled violently, and a burst of strong light burst out from within. Immediately, Noah discovered it. The little energy he poured into the jade seemed to have drilled into a storm and was crazily sucked in. Following this little bit of energy, an extremely crazy will was transmitted to Noah's heart. Roar ah! Suddenly, in the depths of Noah's mind, a crazy, beast-like roar without any rationality resounded. Noah was shocked, as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly cut off the energy that was poured into the jade. The next second, the crazy roar that resounded directly in Noah's mind and the crazy will that was transmitted to his heart immediately disappeared. Sigh. Noah sighed. It really didn't work? The spirit of the third perpetual motion machine was not without an owner. The jade in Noah's hand did not seal the third perpetual motion machine without an owner, but the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine, the Demon King. Under such circumstances, unless Noah could extract the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine from Maxwell's body, otherwise, how could he obtain the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine? Just now, the crazy will that he felt in the jade was Maxwell's resistance, right? TSK. Noah could not help but be speechless. Since you have already lost your rationality, why don't you just die and leave the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine behind? As soon as this sentence fell, a young, clear, but mature and deep voice suddenly sounded in Noah's mind. If you want to obtain the so-called spirit, I also agree with you doing so. The familiar voice made Noah startled at first, but he immediately reacted. Athena. Hearing Noah's call, Athena smiled with some joy. Ever since I became your follower, I can often feel that you have troubles. I really don't understand how I can be subdued by such a good-for-nothing person like you. Lu long-winded. Noah said with some awkwardness. I am a human, not a desireless god like you. How can I not have troubles? Gods naturally have troubles too, Athena retorted. For example, I used to worry about whether to let you die in the hands of Prince Rama or to end your fate with you before Prince Rama awakens. In the end, I could not bear to see you die in the hands of anyone other than me, so I resolutely declared war on you. Although, in the end, neither you nor Rama can do anything to me. Noah curled his lips and asked, Since you have come out, can I understand that you have a way to help me obtain the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine? Didn't I tell you the method just now? Athena said so. Kill that useless demon and use the power of the priest. You should be able to smoothly extract the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine, right? Kill. Noah rolled his eyes. If I could kill it, would I still have to worry about it? Why can't you kill it? Athena said faintly. Use your horde to create a slave beast. Let it swallow the bead in your hand, and use the power of destruction on the demon inside. Isn't that enough? Destruction? Noah frowned. There is no way to defeat Maxwell, who has the third perpetual motion machine. The power of destruction will only make him die once, and he will be resurrected soon, right? If you use the horde of destruction, of course, the result will be the same. Athena said so in a very calm tone. But you don't only have the power of authority. Don't you have the grace of the goddesses of other worlds? Grace? Noah's heart skipped a beat. Are you talking about my ability value? That's right. Athena's words woke him up. There is a development ability in your ability value called mystery. It seems to be a power that can create miracles to a certain extent. If this ability is triggered, perhaps you will be able to kill the target that you originally couldn't kill. But, Noah said with some hesitation, when I was fighting with Maxwell, I killed him so many times, but it didn't trigger mystery. It's just a matter of probability. Athena reminded him. That's why I asked you to use the power of the horde to create a slave beast and swallow that demon. Using the power of destruction repeatedly will trigger the development ability of mystery sooner or later. Noah was suddenly enlightened. Thank you, Athena. Athena didn't say anything else. It seemed that she really couldn't stand the troubled Noah anymore, so she came out to remind him. Noah didn't mind and turned the energy in his body into a source of divine power. You have violated the contract and brought evil to the world. The Lord said, sinners will be punished. Their backs will be crushed, their bones, their hair, their brains will be dug out, and their blood and soil will be trampled on. If I can't get close to you, I will follow the Lord's words and give you a hammer of destruction in Noah's heart, The outline of the stone plate connected to the 10 patterns turned and pointed to the horde. Chapter 1555. Bang! Divine power surged out from Noah's body like waves of chi. Like a flame, it enveloped Noah's body, slowly burning. Noah's surging divine power surged into space and gathered in front of Noah. With a spin, it condensed into a golden wolf. Roar! The burning golden wolf raised its head and howled at the moon. Looking at the golden wolf in front of him, Noah raised his hand and threw out the precious jade engraved with mysterious runes. The golden wolf's eyes suddenly flashed with a faint light, as if it had received some kind of order at this moment. Its 4 limbs tightened, and with a spring, its entire body pounced toward the jade treasure that was thrown at it. In midair, the golden wolf opened its mouth wide and swallowed the jade that was engraved with mysterious runes. Then, it steadily landed on the ground. In the next second, the golden wolf lay down, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. However, as the golden wolf fell into a deep slumber, a dazzling white light slowly bloomed from its body. The brilliant white light was not very strong, but it was like a small sun, enveloping the golden wolf's body. Buzz, 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 buzz. Right at this moment, within the brilliant white light that enveloped the golden wolf's entire body, a burst of intense light that was completely different seemed to tremble and burst forth. Roar! A frenzied roar sounded from the golden wolf's body. As if he had expected this, Noah increased the divine power in his body and poured it into the golden wolf's body. Clang! Suddenly, the dazzling white light that blossomed from the golden wolf's body became even brighter, as if it was suppressing the sudden appearance of a completely different intense light, firmly suppressing it and pulsating it again and again. That scene was like a beating heart. As the dazzling white light pulsated, the completely different intense light was suppressed bit by bit, causing an even more violent resistance. Roar! It was Noah's misconception. Noah felt that Maxwell's frenzied roar seemed to have a faint taste of despair and pain. But this discovery not only did not arouse Noah's pity, but it also made him more spirited. He simply used the dragon's sovereign son to strengthen the output of his divine power and poured it into the golden wolf's body. Clang! The dazzling white light was like a real sun, constantly flickering with brilliance. Within the brilliance, a completely different intense light repeatedly trembled, as if a beast was trying to break free from its cage, but was unable to do so and could only be firmly suppressed. At this moment, the destructive power from the supreme level destruction magic Crush was used dozens of times per second on the jade that was swallowed by the golden wolf. In other words, Maxwell, who was sealed in the jade, was dying at the rate of 10 times per second. Maxwell's roars were like those of a dying beast, becoming crazier and crazier. Hearing this roar, Noah suddenly smiled. If I continue to wait like this, the development ability of mystery will be triggered sooner or later. I'll just wait for a while. Leaving these words, Noah closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep like the golden wolf lying on the ground. Only the surging divine power continued to flow out of Noah's divine power source and into the golden wolf's body, maintaining the continuous effect of the Crush ability. The night deepened. Unknowingly, the full moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds, causing the moonlight pouring down on the vampire castle that was suspended in midair to fade away. The surroundings became dim. In the room without a trace of light, Noah kept his eyes closed and just mechanically poured out his divine power. His consciousness fell into a half-awake state, resting. The golden wolf lying on the ground also seemed to be in a deep sleep. It did not move for a long time, and only the brilliant white light on its body continued to flicker. Taking a closer look, the strong light, which was completely different from the brilliant white light, had gradually dimmed. Not only that, But the crazy roar that resounded from the golden wolf's body also gradually weakened, until now it was almost inaudible. Noah did not pay attention to all of this, but let it develop freely, until a certain moment, the final radiance of the setting sun, a roar full of despair and pain rang out from the golden wolf's body with unprecedented loudness. Bang! The next moment, like a piece of glass shattering in the golden wolf's body, a muffled explosion sounded. At the same time, Noah suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark and deep eyes were filled with joy. The golden wolf, who had fallen into a deep sleep, also opened its eyes at this moment. It stood up and gradually turned into a cloud of mist, carrying the brilliant white light and disappearing into the air. Then Noah saw it. A light source was floating in the air where the golden wolf had disappeared. Looking at the light source, Noah's eyes flickered. Is that the spiritual core of the third perpetual motion machine? Not knowing if it could understand Noah's voice, the light source suspended in midair seemed to have become somewhat brighter. Seeing this, Noah smiled slightly and extended his hand toward the light source. The light source suspended in midair immediately flew out and landed in Noah's hand. Undoubtedly, there was an unknown light source in his hand, but Noah did not feel any weight or touch, as if the light source did not exist at all. He did not touch anything. However, when Noah raised his hand, the light source lying quietly in his hand moved as well. Holding this unknown light source, the smile on Noah's face gradually disappeared. Immediately, Noah suddenly raised his hand and pressed the light source in his hand directly into his chest. With a very slight tremor, the light source slowly merged into Noah's body. Noah closed his eyes and immersed his mind into his body, controlling the light source that entered his body and moving it in the direction of the energy source. Finally, the light source merged into the dark, hole-like energy source. The dark hole-like energy source suddenly stagnated. Like an explosion in Noah's body, the dark hole-like energy burst open. The endless energy originally stored in the dark, hole-like energy suddenly rushed into Noah's body like a flood. That terrifying energy could definitely blow up an existence with a god-level body in an instant. Even if it's Noah, with the blessing of LV, 6-level ability value, his body's endurance is superb, but it is absolutely impossible to withstand such terrifying energy. If it were before, at this moment, Noah's body would burst like a ball. At that time, the terrifying energy released from his body would instantly destroy the entire vampire's castle. However, like a miracle, the terrifying energy did not know why, but it did not burst Noah's body, but disappeared little by little. No, it did not disappear. To be more precise, it should be said that it was integrated into Noah's body little by little. Originally, with the strength of Noah's body, it could not accommodate so much energy. Therefore, it was necessary to open up an energy source at the beginning to indirectly obtain semi-infinite energy. Now, Noah's body is like a bottomless pit. Even if there is no energy source, he still accepts the terrifying level of endless energy without any burden, and let the energy be accommodated into Noah's body little by little. Noah only felt that his body was absorbing energy, and a sense of fullness emerged little by little. After all, in the past, Noah had only stored and used an almost endless amount of energy. When all these energies were integrated into Noah's body, Noah really had these energies. Under the attack of the increasingly high sense of fullness, Noah could not help but close his eyes again, quietly feeling the changes in his body. The night gradually passed. Chapter 1556. Just like that, the night gradually receded, ushering in a new day. The gentle sunlight shone down from the sky into another room in the minister's throne hall. In this room, Letitia, who was wearing a maid's uniform, was tying a ribbon to the back of her head. She looked at her reflection in the mirror in front of her. After confirming the degree of cleanliness, she nodded in satisfaction and then muttered to herself helplessly, "Habits are really a scary thing." As a former ruler of the hierarchy and a former royal of the vampires, Letitia was very noble in terms of identity, status, and bloodline. Letitia was actually satisfied with her maid's attire. It had to be said that habits were really scary. If someone had told Letitia in the past that she would be satisfied with her maid's attire one day, Letitia would definitely not have believed it. Unfortunately, the current Letitia was no longer the Letitia of the past. I don't have any nostalgia for the identity of the king of vampires. Letitia looked at the maid in the mirror and smiled sweetly. And compared to the life of being sold as a slave in the past, I should be satisfied to be able to be a little maid by master's side now. A beautiful smile appeared on Letitia's charming face. Her waist-length golden hair also reflected the sunlight that shone in through the window, making this young and tender little girl appear astonishingly cute. Now that master has returned, it's time for me to continue my work. In the past month, Noah had lost contact with Aziz Dakaha because of the duel. Since then, although Letitia had always believed that Noah was not dead, she could no longer fulfill her duties as a maid, and this made Letitia feel empty in her heart. Now that Noah was back, Letitia could not wait to continue fulfilling her duties. As a member of the royal family of the vampires, who was once known as the Knights of the Box Court, the ruler of all social classes, and the demon king Dracula, whose name struck fear in people's hearts, the fact that such an existence could not wait to serve others was probably a disease. However, Letitia was willing to have this disease. She sincerely hoped that if this was a disease, it would be best if it could never be cured. Towards her master who had saved her twice, Letitia's heart was filled with more than just gratitude. As a subordinate, Letitia, who had been silently observing Noah from behind, had long been impressed by his temperament and bearing. It would be great if my descendants could also have this kind of awareness. After saying this, Letitia tidied herself up and left her room. Castle of the Vampires, Throne Hall. Letitia walked straight through the corridor that was connected to the main hall and continued forward. Lady Letitia. Good morning, Lady Letitia. Lady Letitia. Along the way, many members of the East, South, and North communities immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Letitia. Good morning. Letitia didn't hold any grudges and returned the greetings to the people around her, causing the people around her to be more or less a little frightened. If there were outsiders present and saw a group of fully armed people bowing respectfully to a maid who looked only 11 or 12 years old with a look of fear and trepidation, they would definitely find it unbelievable. However, this was a very common scene in this place, because everyone already knew that in the entire castle of the vampires, this little girl dressed as a maid had the highest level of combat power. It was believed that everyone in the vampires' castle of the vampires would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Back then, when Az Dakaha recovered from his injuries and made a comeback, waging a great war against the rulers of the various classes and the various communities, the little maid in front of him removed the ribbon on her head and transformed into a mature and brave knight. She fought together with the Queen Knight, Faith Reese, who was directly under the command of the Queen of All Saints, and held back the three-headed demonic dragon. Of course, in addition to Letitia and Faith Reese at that time, among the people who were active at the forefront and directly fighting against Az Dakaha, there were also White Yiksha and 16 Knights. Other than these four people, the rest of the people only carried out long-range attacks on the periphery. They simply did not have the ability to intervene in a direct confrontation with the Demon King. In the end, 16 Knights was seriously injured by Az Dakaha, and White Yiksha was forced to use his authority as the organizer to seal Az Dakaha. Only Letitia and Faith Reese were lucky enough not to suffer any serious injuries and return safely. Therefore, as people who had personally witnessed Letitia's strength in that battle, no one here dared to treat Letitia as a servant just because she was dressed as a maid. Perhaps, in the entire box court, The only person who could truly treat Letitia as a servant was her master, Noah. Including the people in No Name, no one would truly treat Letitia as a maid. Unfortunately, other people's thoughts were their thoughts. Letitia's own thoughts were the most important. Ever since she became Noah's subordinate, Letitia had already decided on her own identity. Even if others did not treat Letitia as a maid, Letitia herself had to be clear about her identity as Noah's maid. Therefore, no matter what kind of person they were, Letitia, who had positioned herself as a maid, would always return the greeting. Until a voice rang out, "You're still as proper as before." Following this voice, Pest, who was also dressed in maid attire, slowly walked over from the other side of the corridor. The expression on her pretty face was extremely calm. Isn't it good to enjoy the respect of others once in a while? You are the one who should be more aware of your own identity. Letitia turned her gaze toward the calm Pest and said, "Don't forget, you are also a maid." "I'm not a maid. I'm only that guy's subordinate," Pest corrected. "Even if he is my master, there is no reason for me to become a maid, right? Can't I be his follower or guard?" "Oh." Letitia's crimson eyes glowed with a hint of light. "In other words, you are dissatisfied with your identity as a maid?" Pest, who was being stared at by Letitia, stiffened. Her calm expression became somewhat weak. The pitiful Black Death, original demon, King feared nothing in the world. Yet, he was completely suppressed by Letitia. It's not that I'm dissatisfied." Pest's expression was somewhat stiff. She spoke in a somewhat stubborn manner. "It's just that, even if we are maids, we are still that guys." Before Pest could finish her words, Letitia's gaze turned dangerous. Sensing a chill running down her spine, Pest hurriedly changed her words. We are only master's maids. There is no need for us to treat others as maids. No?" Hearing those words, Letitia wrinkled her beautiful brows and began to ponder. "You can't say that everything you said is wrong, but as master's maids, if we act arrogantly and give others a feeling of superiority, master will also lose face. No matter what, we can't neglect basic etiquette." Pest curled her lips disapprovingly, but she did not say anything else. After all, Pest knew very well what was going on. Anything else could be discussed. However, when it came to Noah, as long as it was something that did not benefit Noah in the slightest, Letitia would definitely not negotiate. It was because she understood this point that Pest spoke as if she was possessed by some supernatural force. "Are you really that willing to become that guy's subordinate and allow your authority to fall into the hands of others?" This question caused Letitia to raise her eyes slightly. She looked straight at Pest. Only then did Pest realize what kind of question she asked. Her expression froze once again. With that one sentence, Pest's thoughts toward Noah were completely revealed. Chapter 1557. An indescribable, oppressive atmosphere immediately filled the space around Letitia and Pest. That oppressive atmosphere caused the surrounding passers-by to reveal astonished expressions. However, they tactfully withdrew from the area. Not long afterward, only Letitia and Pest remained in the corridor. As a result, an equally indescribable silence filled the space. Letitia merely stared at Pest without saying anything. However, Pest felt as if her heartbeat had sped up. This caused her to be unable to utter a single word. In an instant, her entire body had stiffened. After an unknown amount of time, Letitia finally opened her mouth and broke the silence and oppressive atmosphere. "And here I thought that you would be the same as me, that you would have been subdued by Master's dazzling performance and astonishing activity while quietly observing Master as a subordinate. You would no longer be as disgusted by Master's subordinate as you were at the beginning." Letitia's words caused the stiffness on Pest's face to disappear bit by bit. What replaced it was silence. Letitia asked bluntly as she looked at Pest, who had grown silent. "Could it be that I'm wrong?" "You're not wrong." Pest was silent for a long time before replying with an expressionless face. "Indeed, after seeing how dazzling that fellow is, I no longer feel as disgusted by becoming a subordinate as I did at the beginning. You merely don't feel disgusted, right? Letitia directly hit the nail on the head. But there's no loyalty to speak of either, right? Loyalty? Pest took a glance at Letitia and spoke in a mocking manner. I only wish to ask, why should I express loyalty to that fellow? Without waiting for Letitia's answer, Pest interrupted her with a sentence. If you were still the Demon King Dracula, and had your game cracked by some unknown fellow and became his subordinate, would you still feel loyalty toward such a person? Letitia stopped breathing. There are two reasons why you are so loyal to that fellow. Firstly, aside from being subordinates, the two of you are also comrades in the same community. You don't have any resistance against him. Furthermore, you have been silently observing him from behind. You discovered that he possesses limitless possibilities. That's why you were willing to become his subordinate. Pest looked straight at Letitia. Furthermore, he saved you from the fate of being unable to resist twice. That's why you're so loyal to him. Am I wrong? Letitia had nothing to say. Pest was right. The reason why Letitia declared her loyalty to Noah so straightforwardly was because Noah had saved her with good intentions from the very beginning. Moreover, both of them were partners in the same community. At that time, Letitia was only grateful to Noah and had no loyalty to him. Later on, Letitia quietly served Noah from behind. Gradually, she noticed how dazzling her master was and was subdued by Noah. After that, Noah rescued Letitia from the unsealed game. The favorable impression Letitia had toward Noah that had been accumulating in her heart all this time erupted in one go. Because of that, Letitia finally developed the determination and loyalty to follow Noah at all costs. In the beginning, Letitia was only grateful to Noah. But I'm different. Pest's voice entered Letitia's ears. From the very beginning, that fellow and I have been enemies. My ambitions were shattered by him. My revenge against the sun was also ruined by him. Even my former companions were eliminated by you all. With that, how could I still be loyal to him? Letitia was speechless. She could only look at Pest in a daze. She did not know what to say. Seeing the speechless Letitia, Pest slowly clenched her little hands and lowered her head. Her eyes were trembling non-stop as she squeezed out those words. Besides, the only person who is saved is you. He never planned to save me. Those words finally woke Letitia up. Pest. Letitia looked at Pest and hesitated for a moment. Then, she asked in an uncertain manner, could it be that you're yearning for Master to save you? Pest's delicate body trembled. She bit her lips and turned her back to Letitia. I don't need that fellow to save me. After saying those words, Pest planned to leave. However, Letitia grabbed her hand. Tell me. Letitia looked into Pest's eyes. Exactly what caused you to fall and become a demon king? An existence that possessed the authority of the host and abused it would fall and become a demon king. An existence that had fallen and become a demon king would most definitely possess their own goals. Letitia's actions were due to a momentary lapse in thought. For the sake of avenging her clansmen that had rebelled against her, Letitia was overwhelmed by hatred and became a demon king. Then, she unleashed the most vicious bestowal game in history. Since that was the case, what was the reason why Pest became a demon king? Avenging the sun? That shouldn't be the only reason, no? Letitia said to Pest, could it be related to the saving you mentioned earlier? So what if I know? Pest spoke mockingly without even turning her head around. You couldn't possibly be thinking of pleading for leniency from me before that fellow, so that he could fulfill my wish, right? I don't need that sort of sympathy. To Pest's surprise, Letitia said those words without the slightest hesitation. Why must I plead for leniency for you? That's something that you should do, no? Pest turned around and looked to Letitia with an expression of disbelief. Something that I should do? That's right, Letitia nodded. If you truly yearn for Master salvation, you should go and plead for it yourself. Why should I? Pest grew angry. Could it be that when you yearned for salvation back then, you've asked for his help? Hearing those words, how could Letitia not understand? Even though Pest did not become loyal to Noah like Letitia, she was also attracted by the endless possibilities that Noah possessed as she served him as his subordinate. After personally witnessing Noah rescuing Letitia from her irresistible fate and sensing the endless possibilities that Noah possessed, Pest also began to yearn for Noah. She yearned for Noah to rescue her from her irresistible fate. However, Noah had never once shown any attention to Pest. You are his comrade. When you're in trouble, even if you don't ask for his help, he will still be willing to save you. Pest shouted at Letitia as if she was venting all the resentment in her heart. But, to him, I'm nothing more than a spoil of war he won from a game. He has never shown any attention to me. No, you're wrong. Letitia tightened her grip on Pest's hand. It is not that Master is not paying attention to you. Pest sneered. What makes you say that? What makes me say that? Letitia narrowed her eyes. Because Master has never asked you about the Demon King Alliance. You? Pest's eyes suddenly opened wide as she spoke in shock. You already know about it? You were once a member of the Demon King Alliance. Did you think that would be very difficult for this matter to be exposed? Letitia asked. It's not only me. Master must have also noticed it. No, impossible. Pest began to waver. If he already knew about it, why didn't he ask me about the Demon King Alliance? It shouldn't be hard to guess the reason, right? Letitia's words pierced into Pest's heart. Master is waiting for you to speak. It's not that he is not paying attention to you. Pest was stunned. Seeing such a reaction from Pest, Letitia sighed. Then, she walked past Pest and continued to walk forward. I feel that if you truly desire salvation, you should grasp it yourself and not throw a tantrum here. After all, he is both my master and your master. How could he only save me and not you? After saying those words, Letitia began to walk toward Noah's room. Seeing Letitia's back gradually growing further and further away, Pest still had a stunned expression on her face. However, at the very next moment, Pest followed after him as if she was possessed by a supernatural being. Chapter 1558. On the other side, as soon as Noah opened his eyes, he immediately felt an extremely comfortable feeling of fullness all over his body. Oh, the overly comfortable feeling of fullness made Noah's whole body shiver and let out a comfortable sound. Under such circumstances, Noah couldn't help but stretch. Along with Noah's movements, the bones all over Noah's body seemed to make a comfortable sound, and there was a series of popping sounds. At this moment, Noah only felt that his whole person was different. This kind of feeling was both real and an illusion. However, in general, Noah's change was quite amazing, even if it wasn't earth-shattering. If someone can sink their mind into Noah's body like Noah and see the situation in Noah's body, they will definitely be able to see it. In Noah's body, in the past, the energy source that was constantly absorbing the energy automatically recovered from Noah's body had disappeared. However, in Noah's body, endless energy was like blood, slowly flowing to every corner. It was just like what Noah had expected. After getting the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine, Noah finally got unlimited energy in the true sense. With the nature of the third perpetual motion machine to generate energy out of nothing, the current Noah, no matter how much energy is consumed, the energy that fills the whole body will not decrease at all. More precisely, it should be said that even if it is consumed, no matter how much is consumed, it can all be replenished in an instant. In other words, the degree of consumption and the degree of recovery will be proportional to each other no matter what the situation is, reaching true infinity. Not only that, because Noah merged the energy source with the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine, the endless energy flowing in Noah's body also has the property of being transformed at any time. Whether it is magic power, divine power, or even any mysterious energy in Noah's memory that can be used, they can be transformed at will with a thought, including mental power. In other words, Noah also got unlimited mental power as he wished. In this way, no matter how many avatars Noah uses at the same time, the mental burden can be borne. Next, as long as his physical ability is improved and the physical burden on his body is increased, then Noah can increase the number of avatars he can use at the same time. It's better to say that my physical ability has also unexpectedly improved. In the process of integrating the spirit of the third perpetual motion machine, the energy in the original energy source was absorbed by Noah's body, which more or less stimulated some of the body's potential. Has-T said that Noah has almost infinite possibilities. The so-called grace of God, in fact, is to stimulate personal possibilities in the way of gaining experience points in the most intuitive way, adding it to this person's body as nourishment to promote his growth. In this way, Noah's potential was stimulated, which was equivalent to the possibility of sleeping in his body being more or less stimulated. Therefore, Noah successfully triggered this part of the possibility and allowed his ability points to be updated. Noah LV 6 Strength I0 SSS 1857 Durability I0 SSS 1867 Dexterity I0 SSS 1864 Agility I0 SSS 1871 Magic I0 SSS 1855 Mystery C. A Magic D. Swordsman B. Break B. Toughness A. Magic Weapon Refining Steel Making Magic Copy, Refine, and Forge Weapons. Copy, refine, and forge weapons will be weakened to a certain extent according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Copy, refine, and forge weapons will be maintained according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Swords Protection, Permanent Magic. Permanent protection according to the attributes of the contracted spirit. Contract spirit as a sword spirit, obtain the protection of the sword spirit, and weaken physical attacks on oneself. The degree of weakening increases or decreases according to the strength and ability of the target. Cold Smelting, Quick Attack Magic. Gradually turn the target into steel. Successful tempering will cause the target to shatter. Tempering speed is determined according to the strength and ability of the target. Skills Protection from the World, Permanent Skill. Equivalent to luck. Events that are directly related to luck will eventually lead to the most favorable result. Overall strength increased by nearly 10,000 proficiency points. After reaching LV 6, it was a miracle to be able to increase so much in one go. Perhaps it was because of this miracle the development ability of Mystery actually increased by 2 levels in one go, reaching stage A. Even that Toughness, which was originally at the lowest stage, seemed to have been stimulated by Noah's physical potential and had undergone a huge improvement. It directly surpassed the 3 development abilities of Magician, Swordsman, and Shatterer, catching up with Mystical and reaching the stage. After all, this development ability was originally closely related to the body. It could stimulate the vitality of the body when Noah was severely injured, so that when Noah was severely injured, he would not be affected and could perfectly display his strength. Now, the potential of the body was stimulated, so naturally the development ability of Toughness was also greatly improved. Just by stimulating a little bit of potential, Noah's ability was worth so much improvement. It could be imagined how amazing the possibilities of Noah's body had reached. It was no wonder that even Hestia was shocked. Letitia and Pest were also attracted by the limitless possibilities. Slightly clenching his fist and feeling the abundant power in his body, Noah's eyes flashed with excitement. Now, even using 3 avatars at the same time is not a problem. Even if I use 4 avatars at the same time, I can still succeed after paying some price, right? What did this mean? It meant that Noah's strength skyrocketed overnight, coupled with Sun's sovereignty, which was still studying how to use it. Perhaps Noah already had the ability to truly dominate the box. After all, when using 2 avatars at the same time, Noah could already match 3 figures. Being able to use 3 avatars at the same time, he was definitely at the top among 3 figures. And being able to use 4 avatars at the same time, there was absolutely no opponent among 3 figures. Unless the opponent was like the Halloween Queen, who was an exception among the 3 digits. In terms of strength, she could definitely enter the 2 digits. Of course, the only exception among the 3 digits was the Halloween Queen. Therefore, if Noah were to give it his all now, he might be able to contend against those existences in the double digits. But what about a single figure? Noah gradually calmed down and frowned. It seems that I can't find any description of the existence of a single digit in any ancient book. According to Noah's knowledge, the Asura gods and Buddhas that created the box were all in the 2 and 3 figures. As for the single figure, it was never mentioned. Even an existence like Shakyamuni is only in the 2 figures. Galji, who has completed his spiritual framework, might be able to surpass Shakyamuni, but he is also only in the 2 figures, right? What kind of existence is a single figure? The more he thought about it, the more Noah felt that something was amiss. Thinking about it carefully, the gods in the various mythological systems that I know of are all in the 3 figures. Even the main god-level existences are in the 3 figures. There are some exceptions that are in the 2 figures, but none of them are in the 1 figure. In that case, could it be that there are no existences in the 1 figure range? Or could it be that the existences in the 1 figure range were so powerful that even the 3 strongest races were unable to match them? All of a sudden, Noah fell into deep thought. Right at this moment, someone knocked on Noah's door. "Master, are you awake?" This voice woke up Noah from his deep thoughts. "Letitia." Noah raised his head. "Come in." After those words left her mouth, Noah's door was opened. Letitia, who was wearing maid attire, slowly walked in. Behind her, Pest lowered her head and silently followed behind her. Seeing Letitia and Pest slowly walking in with her head lowered, Noah's sharp senses picked up on something strange. Chapter 1559. MN. Right after entering the room and seeing Noah, Letitia had a very peculiar feeling. "Master." Letitia sized up Noah. A trace of confusion appeared on her tender and adorable face. Letitia's strange behavior caused Pest, who had been keeping her head down the entire time, to raise her head and look at Noah. Then, she too was startled and revealed a puzzled expression. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of his 2 subordinates, Noah couldn't help but size himself up and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Could it be that my body is stained with some sort of strange substance?" "No, that's not it." Letitia shook her head and frowned in a vexed manner. She did not know how to describe her feelings. Instead, it was Pest who hesitated for a moment before asking in a probing manner, "Why do I feel like you're different from before?" That's right. This was the reason why Letitia and Pest were behaving in such a manner. Looking at Noah, who was sitting on the bed, both Letitia and Pest felt that something was different from before. The 2 girls did not know how to describe this feeling. If they must describe it, it would be that they felt as if Noah's existence had suddenly become much stronger. It was as if the existence known as Noah Dole had suddenly become very noble. "So that's what you're talking about?" Noah nodded his head in relief. "Perhaps it's because I've obtained the spirit core." "You've obtained the spirit core?" Letitia and Pest were immediately stunned. However, Noah's explanation was correct. As mentioned in the past, the so-called spirit core referred to one's achievements and inheritance. For example, U2 was originally a very ordinary rabbit. However, for the sake of saving an old man who was being burned by fire, she bravely jumped into the raging flames and sacrificed herself. Because of that, she obtained Sakura's acknowledgement and was promoted to U2's day. That was a type of achievement. As U2's descendant, Black Rabbit obtained the inheritance of this achievement. Because of that, it was known as the Noble of Boxcourt. That was the sublimation of life. When a human accomplishes a great feat, they will be honored as heroes. Those who inherited the royal bloodline would be regarded as heirs of a noble bloodline even if they didn't do anything big. These were all referring to existences like Linga. In the past, Noah only had strength but no spirit. He was just like an ordinary human. Now, Noah had obtained the spiritual core of the 3rd perpetual motion machine. It was as if he had suddenly completed a great achievement or inherited some kind of bloodline. It was natural that he would give people a feeling of nobility. Letitia and Pest were not newcomers to this place. Naturally, they could understand this logic. Therefore, the two girls were both relieved and surprised. He was relieved because he finally understood what that strange feeling was. They were surprised because Noah had obtained the spirit core. What kind of spirit did Master obtain? Letitia asked curiously. From the looks of it, it seems to be a very unusual spirit. I don't know if it's unusual or not. The corners of Noah's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. However, it's a fact that it's extremely helpful to me. As he said this, Noah raised his hand and looked at it. He slowly clenched his fist and spoke with great confidence. Now, even if its existences like White Yiksha and Halloween Queen, I'm confident that I won't lose. It was a simple sentence, but it was as if thunder had struck them. It made Letitia and Pest's bodies tremble, and their eyes widened. Won't lose to White Yiksha and Halloween Queen? What kind of joke was this? What kind of existences were those two? The former was the most powerful star spirit who had intimidated many groups of gods since ancient times. She had once ruled over all the centers of the universe and was ranked in the top 10 of Box Court. The latter was an exceptional existence among the 3 digits. In terms of strength alone, she could be promoted to the 2 digits. White Yiksha viewed her as an enemy. Even in the entire Box Court, these 2 almighties were among the top existences. Now, Noah claimed that he was confident that he wouldn't lose to them. If it were someone else, Letitia and Pest would definitely not believe it. However, since it was Noah who said this, Letitia and Pest had no choice but to believe it. It wasn't just because the 2 girls already knew that Noah possessed limitless possibilities. It was also because Noah's sense of existence and noble temperament were telling Letitia and Pest that their master had indeed obtained extraordinary opportunities. He was already an expert who could force the 3 digits Demon Kings into desperate straits. Now, he had taken a step further and obtained extraordinary opportunities. With Noah's possibilities, what was strange about him being able to rival White Yiksha and Halloween Queen? Thus, Letitia smiled happily. He actually said that he's confident that he won't lose to White Yiksha and Halloween Queen. Really, does my master have a limit? Pest looked at Noah with a complicated expression. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Noah's strength had increased. What Pest felt the most was joy. That was because it meant that the hope Pest saw in Noah was not something flashy and without substance. However, at the same time, Pest was at a loss as to what to do. It was as Letitia said. Pest had her own wishes. At the same time, she had noticed Noah's possibilities and believed that he had the ability to help her realize her wishes. Because of that, she had more or less felt a desire to be saved. However, Noah had never shown too much attention to Pest. This caused Pest to be at a loss as to what to do. After all, Pest had said it herself. Before she became Noah's subordinate, she was only Noah's enemy. After becoming Noah's subordinate, she would only be his spoils of war. Under such circumstances, how could Pest possibly have the face to ask Noah to help her fulfill her wishes? Earlier, she had thrown such a huge tantrum before Letitia, mostly because of this. Currently, Noah had already become an existence that could match White Yiksha and Queen of All Saints. If Noah was willing to help Pest, it would be very likely that Pest's wish would be fulfilled. This caused Pest to have the urge to pour her heart out to Noah. However, when she thought about how Noah truly did not care about her as much as he cared about Letitia, Pest had a feeling of not knowing where to start. At that moment, Pest was truly at a loss as to what to do. She could only look at Noah with a complicated expression. Naturally, Noah did not know that Pest was feeling so vexed. However, Noah was still able to see through Pest's complicated expression. At that moment, Noah sighed softly and said to Pest, "Do you have something you want to say to me?" Pest's heart tightened. Panic appeared on her face. "Why are you so flustered?" Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If you have something to say, Just say it. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Who knows? Pest once again had the urge to pour her heart out. However, the words that came out of her mouth were mocking words. I am merely a subordinate of yours. Whatever you want to do to me, it's up to you. It's not like I can resist. Her sour words were like those of an unfavored concubine. At the same time, Noah became speechless, and Letitia did not know whether to laugh or cry. It would appear that Pest truly held a great amount of resentment toward Noah for the disparate treatment she received. Noah could only scratch his cheeks and say helplessly, "Very well. It's like you said, no matter what I do to you, you cannot resist. In that case, what else is there for you to be worried about? In any case, you can't resist, right? In that case, why don't you just tell me what you want to say?" Pest opened her mouth slightly. She wanted to say something. However, she did not know what to say. Her appearance of wanting to say something, yet hesitating, caused Noah to feel conflicted. Right when Noah was planning to say something, an extremely frightening pressure suddenly enveloped the entire space. The sudden pressure shocked both Letitia and Pest. Noah's expression grew serious. He suddenly turned his head around and looked outside the window. In the next second, Noah saw it. On the other side of the sky, an innumerable amount of people were slowly surging toward them. It was like a black curtain. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.